Legend of Zorro. Yeah, yes, make a wish. Good morning, Jib. Let's hear the wish, Zorro. Oh, I have good news for you. You are a billionaire. And more. See, they're limited with money. They control people. I have money, so people do what I say. This doesn't work. This is not power. This is manipulation. And because they do not have authority, they do not have divine connection. They do not have kind, good, hearted deeds going out. That's why they have to force people to do what they want by giving them something and not teaching them how to live on their own, how to navigate the world without playing by their rules, but by staying in a moral and ethical way that uplifts everyone around you. We are changing the world. Everyone is richer than they could ever imagine. Very welcome, very welcome. I'm definitely trying to catch more of the comments. So thank you guys, I appreciate it. What I'm going to be reading over first is a bit from the book that is also known as Book of the Dead, but it was actually called Pertem Hiru, which is Becoming of the Day. And if you were with us yesterday and recall, this was not necessarily for those who are physically dead, but those who were dead within in mind, and then they became alive through a process. And this individual, Ani, we have his works. Anyways, I'm going to read a portion of that here. Fix this very quick. There we go. Hail thy mighty one, come unto Tarti, make thou my paths, and let me pass round to visit my thrones. Make me to renew myself, and make me to wax strong. Grant that I may be feared, and make me to be a terror. May the gods of the underworld fear me, and may they fight for me in their habitations. Let not him that would do harm unto me draw nigh unto me. Let me walk through the house of darkness. May I, the feeble, clothe and cover myself, and may they, the gods, not do the like unto me. Hail ye gods who hear my speech. Hail ye rulers who are among the followers of Osiris, of Osar. Be ye therefore silent, O ye gods, when the God speaketh with me, and heareth what is right and true. What I speak unto him do thou also speak. O Cyrus, Osar, grant thou that I may go round my course according to the order which cometh forth from my mouth concerning me. May I see thy forms, may I be able to understand thy will. Grant that I may come forth, that I may get power over my legs, and that I may be like unto Nebuchadnezzar upon his throne. May the gods of the underworld fear me, and may they fight for me in their habitations. Grant thou that I may pass on my way with the godlike ones who rise up. May I be set up upon my resting place unto the Lord of life. May I be joined unto Set, the divine lady. May the gods make me strong against him that would do harm unto me, and may no one come to see me fail helpless. May I pass over paths, may I come into the furthermost parts of heaven. I entreat for speech with Seb, I make supplication unto Hu, and unto Nebuchadnezzar, the Lord of the world, that the gods of the underworld may fear me, and that they may fight for me in their habitations. When they see that thou hast provided me with the fowl of the air and the fish of the sea, I am one of those shining ones who live in rays of light. I have made my form like unto the form of the God who cometh out and manifesteth himself in tattoo. For I have become worthy of honor by reason of his honor, and he hath spoken unto thee of the things which concern me. Surely he hath made the fear of me go forth, and hath created terror of me. The God of the underworld fear me, and they fight for me in their habitations. I, in very truth, am a shining one and a dweller in light, who hath been created and who hath come into being from the body of the God. I am one of the shining ones who dwell in light, whom Tamu himself hath created, and who have come into being from the eyelashes of his eye, and he doth create and glorify and make noble the faces of those who live with him. Behold the only one in new. They pay homage unto him as he cometh forth from the horizon, and they strike fear of him into the gods, and into the shining ones who have come into being with him. I am one among the worms which the eye of the Lord, the eye, the, the only one hath created. And lo, before all said was, and when Hero was not yet, I had waxed strong and flourished. I had grown old, and I had become greater than they who were among the shining ones who had come into being with him. And I, even I, arose in the form of a sacred hawk, and Hieru Horus made me worthy in the form of his own soul to take possession of all that belongeth unto Osiris, Osar in the underworld, the double lion god, the warder of the things that belong to the house of the Natimus crown, which is in his hiding place, saith unto me, get thee back to the heights of heaven, seeing that thou, Horus, Hieru, thou hast become glorified in thy form. The Nemesis crown is not for thee. Thou hast speech even unto the ends of heaven. I, guardian, take possession of the things which belong to Hiru, Horus, and Osiris, Osar in the underworld. Hiru telleth aloud unto me that which his father had said concerning me in years gone by on the day of the burial of Osiris Osar. I have given unto thee the nemesis of the double lion god which I possess, that thou mayest pass onward and mayest travel over the path of heaven, and that they who dwell on the confines of the horizon may see thee, and that the gods of the underworld may fear thee and may fight for thee in their habitations. The god or Het is of them, the gods of the lords of the boundaries of heaven, they who are the warders of the shrine of the Lord, the only one, have fallen before my words, have fallen down before my words. Hail, he that is exalted upon his tomb is on my side, and he hath bound upon my head the Nemesis crown. The double lion God hath decreed it. The God all het hath made a way for me. I, even I, am exalted, and the double lion God hath bound the Nemesis crown on me, and my head covering hath been given unto me. He hath established my heart through his strength and through his great might. I shall not fall through Shu. I am Hetep, the Lord of the two Ore, the being who is adored. I am the shining God, and his breath is in my body. I shall not be driven back by the bull which causes men to tremble, but I shall come daily into the house of the double lion God, and I shall come forth therefrom into the house of all set. I shall behold sacred things which are hidden. There shall be done unto me holy hidden rites. I shall see what is there. My words shall make full the majesty of Shu, and they shall drive away evil Hop. I, even I, am Hiru Horus, who dwell in the splendors. I have given power over his crown. I have gained power over his radiance, and I have traveled over the remotest parts of heaven. Hiru Horus is upon his throne. Hiru Horus is upon his seat. My face is like unto that of a divine hawk. I am one who hath been armed by his Lord. I have come forth from Tartu. I have seen Osiris, Osor. I have risen up on either side of him. Nut hath shrouded me. The gods behold me, and I have beheld the gods. The eye of Hiru of Horus hath consumed me, who dwell in darkness. The gods stretch forth their arms unto me. I rise up, I get the mastery, and I drive back evil which opposeth me. The gods open unto me the holy way. They see my form, and they hear my words which I utter in their presence. O ye gods of the underworld, who set yourselves up against me, and who resist the mighty ones, the stars which never set have led me on my way. I have passed along the holy paths of the Hemtet chamber unto your Lord, the exceedingly mighty and terrible soul. Hiru Horus hath commanded that ye lift up ye faces to look upon me. I have risen up in the likeness of a divine hawk, and Hiru Horus hath set me apart in the likeness of his own soul, to take possession of that which belongeth unto Osar, Osiris, in the underworld. I have passed along the way, I have traveled on, and I have come even among those who live in their hiding places, and who guard the house of Osiris, Osar. I speak unto them of his power, and I make them to know the terrible power of him that is provided two horns to fight against Sut, and they know who hath carried off the sacred food which the power of Tamu had brought for him. The gods of the underworld have proclaimed a happy coming for me. O ye who live in your hiding places, and who guard the house of Osiris, Osor, and who have magnified your names, grant ye that I may come unto you. I bind together and I gather up your powers, and I order the strength of the paths of those who guard the horizon of the Hemtet of heaven. I have established their habitations for Osiris, Osor. I have ordered his ways. I have done what hath been bidden. I have come forth from Tartu. I have beheld Osiris Osor. I have spoken unto him concerning the things of his son, the divine prince, whom he loveth. There is a wound in the heart of Set, and I have seen him who is without life. I have made them to know the plans of the gods which Horus Hero hath devised at the bidding of his father Osiris, Osor. Hail, Lord, thou most terrible and mighty soul, let me come, even me, let me lift myself up. I have opened and passed through the underworld. I have opened the paths of the warders of heaven and of the warders of the earth. I have not been driven back by them, and I have lifted up my face, O Lord of eternity. Thou art exalted upon thy throne, O Osar, Osiris. Thou hearest joyful things, O Osar, Osiris. Thy strength is vigorous, O Osiris Osar. Thy head is bound to thy body, O Osiris Osar. Thy brow is made firm, O Osiris Osar. Thy heart is joyful, O be thou pleased to be established. Gladness for thy to establish gladness for thy servants. Thou art established as a bull of Aminta. Thy son Hiru is crowned king upon thy throne, and you are with him, and he is with him. Unto thy son are given millions of years, and the fear of him shall endure for untold ages. The company of the gods shall fear him. Unto thy son is given of the company of the gods. He changeth not his word. Hiru is the food and the altar. I go to unite myself unto my father, and deliverance cometh from my father, from my brother, and from the friend of the horns. Hiru Horus is in the following of his father. He dwelleth amid decay. He ruleth Kem. To thy son have the gods given the crown of millions of years, and for millions of years it maketh him to live in the eye of Hiru of Horus, the single eye of the god which is called Nabartashar, the queen of the gods. If you are on TikTok, we are live on YouTube, youtube.com/Citra. Much better video quality over there. Thank you for being with us. Those on YouTube, those on TikTok, those on Instagram. I got something I wrote recently. It's not long. It's fast, focused, devil-leveled ancestors, detectors, collective resurrection, stilled ripple, flowing clones, standing drones, wrapping bones, spelling stones, archivist scrolls, third dimension, final superstition, humanity's detention, illuminated liberation. Kind of our theme every day. Actually, that would be pretty decent here. Yeah, this will be a good one. Boom. I'm just going to take a moment before I jump into reading. Got some really good stuff. Some good stuff from the Matud Natar. Very, very good information. Let's pull a card. I see Sofina Villatini, and she says, "Can you give me advice on my life?" My advice to you would be to study, study wisdom, study logic, and there's a lot of videos on my channel that you can go into, and they're full of a whole lot of really good information. And love, live one vibrational energy. It's your happiness, that's your joy, that's what brings a smile to your heart. And anybody who detracts from that smile, just keep walking. Don't need to fight with them. Don't need to have conflict with them. Just keep walking. All right, we are getting into the 10 stages of initiation. Essentially, spiritual development is a process of raising consciousness from the lower divisions of the spirit through the higher ones to its original place in the subjective realm. Once the individual has experienced the essential unconditionedness of their being, they can live in the world in total freedom from all objective conditioned reality, not just simply the lower part of their being. In addition, the spiritual power that is required to effect the raising of consciousness can also be directed by the will of the individual to affect their physical body, the life of others, and the external environment. How the ascent of consciousness is achieved can be made clear by a common analogy. Imagine a room with a furnace and a thermometer. By increasing the heat output of the furnace, the mercury is made to rise in the thermometer. Now, let us equate, of course, an older thermometer, the mercury with consciousness, and the heat with a specific expression of our life force, our raw, our spiritual power, and the measurements of the thermometer with the spheres of the tree of life, the divisions of the spirit. Now, besides affecting the mercury, the heat will affect other things in the room. The kindling of the heat corresponds to the metaphysical effects of sex and its increase to the effects of the austerities imposed on the initiate from the fourth to the ninth stage of initiation. Now, the care of the life force and the heart of the work to be done at the 10th sphere concerns itself with the replenishment, conservation, free flow, and equilibrium of the modalities of the life force. And this life force is known as Qi in the Chinese tradition, Ki in the Japanese, Kundalini in the Dravidian India, Ra in the Kemetic, and so forth. It is represented. Its replenishment is optimized by observing proper dietary principles, by following a very nutritious and wholesome diet. It is conserved by exercising moderation and by exercising moderation in eating, drinking, sexual activity, work, emoting, sensual gratification of all kinds, and so forth. Now, its free flow throughout the body is secured by judicious and periodic fasting, the practice of cleansing, breathing techniques, nadhi, shurhi, pranayama, and so on, and a lifestyle that is free of emotional suppression. And this life force has four modes of expressions that can be described through the metaphors of the four elements that we discussed in earlier chapters. It is subjected to a cyclical alteration of phases in which it heats and dries the body at one extreme and cools and moisturizes the body on the other. In between these are phases of cold and dry and hot and moist. These four phases are metaphorically fire, water, earth, and air, respectively. Over or under generation of any of these modalities result not only in illness but in problems in the generation of the special expression of our spiritual power that is needed to raise our consciousness and to manifest our psychic powers. The equilibrium of these four modalities of our life force is achieved by a well balanced diet, not according to the Western concept of food components, but according to their effect or the analogy to the four modalities of the life force. And the foods are also classified as fiery, such as hot peppers and garlic, watery, such as watermelons and lettuce, and so forth. The Dravidians of India have left extensive treatises on this aspect of food classification and utilization in their work entitled Ayurvedas, which are Aryan Vedantic. Hindus are now claiming to be their work. As everything that we do depends on and affects one of these modalities of the life force, we must also observe moderation in our activities as well as the time for which certain activities are in harmony with the cyclical manifestations of these forces. We will take a look at these a bit on later on. And these are considered outer teachings, and their imparting are not considered part of the initiation itself. In fact, the teacher takes advantage of this stage to determine the level of receptivity, the discipline of the student. And for most people, unfortunately, they do not make good candidates for initiation. Now, getting to stage one, the initiation, the Sahu division of the spirit, sphere nine. It is here that the most important step in our spiritual development is taken. And can you imagine setting out on a journey without a destination in mind? Writing a novel without a theme to give unity to the multiplicity of scenarios and actions? As educational system without a curriculum? Yet this is the manner in which all men live without a true system of initiation. It is the effect of taking the person as one's identity. This step is the identification with Asar, sphere one, as ourself. We see how this identification becomes the basis of the work that is to be done in each stage of initiation, in each sphere of initiation. This identification of ourselves with Asar, which has been equated with the projection of the Supreme Being as the core of our being, does not take place as an act of faith, Let's begin with the fact that the immense complexity, yet order and unity of the functions of man's body and spirit can only be attributed to a guiding intelligence. While most Western scientists are mute on the point, others of a more progressive mentality allege that this intelligence is the so called subconscious mind. Now, a study of the history of psychology will reveal that no one has ever proven the existence of such a mind. It was merely a concept invented by Western scientists in their atheistic attempt to speak of spiritual processes without seeming to do so. When the true nature of the spirit is understood from the study of spiritual literature and verifications through rituals and meditation, it will be seen that the spirit is not the integrator or director of its own functions. Now, this is evidenced by the fact that the functions of the spirit, hence the body, can be altered at will through meditation and its capacity of directing and integrating the operations of the spirit, the mental, emotional, and psychical and psychic psychical functions. and the body. This intelligence dwelling within our being shows that it has qualitatively the same capabilities as the Supreme Being. Although smaller in magnitude, the making and running of man's spiritual body encompasses the same degree of intelligence. In fact, this intelligence is an unseparated share or apportionment of the Supreme Being dwelling within man as herself. That is why it knows how to direct the spirit and its functions of transforming a fertilized egg into the billions of cells of many different types that we call human being. That is why it knows how to direct the body and its functions of digesting and assimilating food and its functions of healing the body and so forth. It stretches intelligence to the breaking point to believe Westerners' claim to scholarship or science regarding their belief that these infinitely complex physiological functions are guided and kept in harmony by the blind mechanical functions of atoms, biofeedback mechanisms, and so on. And this indwelling intelligence is none other than our self, our all self, the first sphere of the tree of life, the apportionment of the Supreme Being within our being. It is the concrete validation of man having been made in the likeness of God. It is the Word that came to dwell in the flesh. It is the concrete validation for the claim that the kingdom of God is within us. It is with the indwelling divine intelligence that we must identify as ourself. Unlike with Christianity, this is not an act of faith. It is a concrete reality that is amenable to being experienced. And not only must it be experienced, we shall see that in the same way that it plays an active role in directing and unifying our mental and bodily functions, it will play a similar role in our initiation and all aspects of our lives. Imagine having this indwelling intelligence that knows how to run the machinery of our body, running your career, your education, your marriage, your nation, and so on. At this moment, it is limited to running the involuntary and subconscious functions of your being. Through initiation, ritual, and meditation, you will learn to expand its functions to the external part of your being, as well as to gain voluntary control over the involuntary processes. The fact that it dwells within you and can be experienced through mediumistic, slumbering trance is symbolized in the Alsar story by its being buried within an acacia tree, the physical body, or at the bottom of a river, the innermost recesses of the spirit. Going into mediumistic trance, which is symbolized as being submerged underwater, is the first spiritual skill that the initiate must acquire. Besides enabling the initiate to experience that his self is this indwelling intelligence, this form of trance serves a number of other functions at this stage of initiation. It is the key to memory and unification of experiences. People who have the so called photographic memory are able to go spontaneously into a mild trance while reading. And this is the key to the mindfulness that plays a major role in the initiate's quest. Anyone who has made resolutions to change some aspect of his life has discovered that the main reason for failure is primarily due to forgetting. It is at the 15th ounce of that pound of chocolate cake that you remember your dietary resolution. Since the identification with all thought must underlie the initiate's thoughts and actions throughout their life, this serves as a theme of the initiation and life, it must firmly be impressed through mediumistic trance and upon the spirit. The perseverance in maintaining one's identification with Asar, the indwelling intelligence, is symbolized in the Alsatian story of as Alset's devotion to him. We also learn in the Metaphorians of Alsar that she, along with Nebatet, recollects all the parts of his body which Set had broken into 14 pieces and reconstructed, remembered, remembered it. The breaking up of Alsar's body is symbolical of the segregative nature of the eighth sphere, Sebek, dominated mentality of people before initiation, the Sahu man. This process of remembering, symbolizes the dynamic effect that trance has upon our thinking. It helps to link up and bring to our awareness the host of associated ideas that have stood separated in our memory bank, and that this process exposes contradictions within our being and creates new revelations. Incidentally, this slumbering, this mediumistic hypnotic trance, is a major significance of the lunar correspondence to the sphere 9 and to all set, as it is most pronounced at the full moon and analogous times at winter midnight. As we saw in an earlier area, the word of power that corresponds, or as we heard yesterday, the word of power that corresponds to Asar is Ong, and to Aset, Dung, and also Vong. It is by working with these mantras that the initiate is able to accelerate and guarantee success in the work of this stage. There is another very important event that is initiated as a result of the work that is undertaken in this stage of initiation. And we, anyways, if you want to, if you have a pen and paper or whatever, that first word is Ong, AUN, as in Nancy, G, and the second word is Dung, D as in Delirious or David, H as in Henry, U, N as in Nancy, G, and the last word is V as in Victor, A, N as in Nancy, G. Oh, it's good to have comedy in life. Thanks for the comments. I really do appreciate them. I do. I love you. I do. I love you all so much. You're awesome. All right, level one, stage two of initiation, the Sahu division of the spirit, sphere 8, which is Sebek. Now, at this stage, the teacher provides the initiate with a new set of definitions, descriptions, and explanations for what is life and our emotions, and so on. In short, the teacher redefines the basic ideas operating in the life of the student. And before this, all of the individual's beliefs are based on the identification with the person. And we have already seen that up to this point, the individual has been victimized by the host of illusions, segregative thinking, and rationalizations of emotions due to the operation of the lower faculties making up the person. Now, their beliefs must be redefined using the Alsatian self identity as their basis. The reshaping of one's belief system in light of the identification with the indwelling intelligence that is at the center of all our mental and bodily processes is called the opening of the way. It is important to understand that in reality, we don't learn how to grow spiritually. We learn how to remove the impediments to the coming to the foreground of our submerged divine self. Now, an example, wrong ideas close the door to the full operation of the self in life of the individual. One cannot overstate the fact that the indwelling intelligence was not intended to be limited to operating your background mental process and involuntary bodily functions. And as it is omniscient, it cannot be taught. And reformed Sebekian faculty, reflecting rationalizations based on one's true self, the all saw self, is called Abubat, the opener of the way. The way is a symbol for our beliefs and ideas as conduits of the course of our lives. As we believe, so we act. As we act, so goes our destiny, according to according to our unreformed Sebekian faculty, set, we are in the habit of rationalizing our actions according to our identification with our person. We would, for example, firmly believe that we could not help doing so, and so because of the way we felt, an emotional influence, or a way we didn't feel. Can you imagine the indwelling self running the body according to whims and feelings? Surely its functions must be based on divine law and order. This process of redefining the belief system of the student is made very difficult by the use of our everyday language. Most societies of old ways of initiate possess secret languages for such purposes. One of the reasons for this is that such languages create order in the thinking of the person through their semantical structures. We get glimpses of this in some of different older ancient languages, in which the categorical word for God, or Muntu in the South African, is the same for man. As a result of using such languages for our thinking, we are able, without conscious effort, a very important principle here, to keep in our awareness the facts of our true nature. Now, if language constantly reminds you of that yourself shares the same qualities as God, by using the same term for both, if it reminds you of the difference between being informed and knowing by using clearly distinct terms for each, it facilitates the process of spiritual development. If we use our everyday language, we have to rely on personal definitions of the terms that we use. Now, I have found it necessary in this book to establish such special usages of terms like person for the lower part of being, and self for the higher part of being, and so on. Now, another benefit of such languages is to be found in their close relationship to the language of words of power. These languages use many devices, some of which are known as gematria, notarekon, tamora, and so on. It's order to hide the words of power in the body of other words, and to serve as a phonemic device to the initiate. Take, for example, the name of the deity of wisdom, Tehurti. It conceals the mantra Hu. The Kemetic cosmology states that the god of the senses is Hu, Hu. Now it is well known that the highest goals of meditation cannot be achieved unless thinking is stilled or stopped. So this Hegel, this word of power, is used to quiet the senses as their operation stimulates thought, activity. This fact will constantly remind the initiate that wisdom is achieved by stilling the thinking process to enable our omniscience to come to the foreground. Similarly, the Kemetic phrase for I am is onk, which is a transposition of the Hegel onk. One ends with a K, the other one ends with a G. Each and every time that the Kemetic initiate says I am, he is reminded that this I am is the same qualitatively as the Supreme Being. And now, although the classical Latin and Greek that are used for saying mass lack the same degree of cognicy and have no relation to word of power, it is on the basis of these principles that the Catholic Church has reserved them for their masses and litanies. In the same manner in that mediumistic or hypnotic trance was used in the preceding stage to reestablish the proper self identity, so must it be used to establish these new definitions as operatives in the spirit, in the mind of the individual. Comprehending them is not enough, and this is why people find themselves doing things that they are convinced they should not do. It is why the mere reading of scripture and hearing of sermons is not enough to do much to alter people's behavior. The inculcation of this new set of values into the spirit serves additional functions. Ideas and beliefs only have power to influence our lives when they have been charged with emotional force. Expertise in meditation will reveal that emotions are primarily states of mediumistic trance. In this state, independent thinking and the will are to a large degree paralyzed, and consciousness is withdrawn from the external plane. The idea or image in the sphere of awareness becomes the reality of the moment. That is why people who in reality know better cannot, at the moment of a powerful emotion, rescue themselves. Why do some people lose control at the sight of a picture of a serpent or a spider or so on? Why do most people lose their common sense during emotional moments? How about the profusion of wise thoughts that visit you only when you are dealing with other people's problems? The mediumistic trance, of which emotions represent a variety, is akin to the state of dreaming and death, and the guide of our behavior at such times is the idea or belief associated with the emotional complex. For example, what we call anger is a negative mediumistic trance in which the guiding factor is the image of our person carrying out some antisocial act, perhaps the idea that we are angry or so on. And these negative thoughts or energy complexes are symbolized as set and apep in the Comedian tradition. The positive thoughts, rationalizations of our actions based on our identity with all thought, these positive thoughts are symbolized by the deity Anpu or Anubis, the guide of the dead. It corresponds to the positive thoughts that must guide us when we are in the grips of an emotion, since the will and independent thinking will be by degrees paralyzed according to the strength of the emotion. Our only guide at such moments are the or that the thoughts reprogrammed into our behavioral patterns. Once the work of this stage of initiation is completed, the initiate will be impervious to the visitation of any emotion, craving, or temptation. This is why it is said that Anpu, Anubis, is the embalmer of all Sohar. An example, he renders him incorruptible. During the fourth stage of initiation, we'll see how this process truly unfolds. That portion is actually huge because when people like pray or do any like ritual or ceremony or anything like that, if there's no emotion in it, if there's no real emotion, if there's no tears, if there's no passion, if there's no emotion, it's not active. It's not having a power. It's not really having the effect that it wants to have. Emotion must be present, and that's why when like something major happens, it's best not to react, but to literally still. I still myself, and that emotion is literally, in a sense, put in a jar. And when I pray, when I do my connection, it pours out and overflows. And That's how the communication is heard and really becomes active. Let's continue on here. Level 1, Stage 3 of initiation, the Sahu division of the spirit, Sphere 7, Hadhiru. Now, once the initiate's belief system has been brought into harmony with truth, they are then ready for the intensification of the life force or spiritual power in order to raise the consciousness to the higher parts of the spirit. This power, which is called Kundalini by those in India, Ra by the Comedians, Shekinah by the Canaanites, Eros by the Greeks, Libido by the psychoanalysts, is none other than our life force. The arousal of Ra, our life force, to the point of manifesting psychic phenomena, prophecy, clairvoyance, psychic healing, and so on, and raising consciousness to the higher parts of the spirit can take place when we are experiencing intense pleasure, extreme joy, heightened sexual excitement, orgasm, ecstatic trance, and so on. It is of great importance to note that of all the intense pleasures that man can experience, only two, orgasm and ecstatic trance, can be deliberately induced. This explains the fundamental nature of religious practices of shamanistic ways, which are centered around ecstatic trance. It also explains the sex based ritual systems, Tantra, and so forth, that are widely disseminated through the so-called pagan religious religions of the world. It also explains the heavy use of music and festivities of all Hedhiru Venusian correspondences in religious ceremonies and meditation. The reader must recall that this stage of initiation belongs to Hedhiru, the Venusian deity, goddess of art, festivities, and joy, etc., of Kadmit. While the first stage of initiation, the initiate's trance, is dedicated to establishing devotion to realizing Al-Sawr as the embodiment of his or herself. And in the second stage of trance, they're dedicated to impregnating into the spirit a belief system that is in harmony with truth. In this stage, the trance is dedicated to manifesting an intense joy for those earthly goals that are in harmony with the new belief system implanted during the second stage. Now, a clue to the function of emotions is provided by its etymological structure. E equals out or external plus motion, the power to move. It is the energy or moving principle or work capable factor that has the power to overcome the resistance of physical or external matter. A law of nature is that all activities require energy. There is no achievement of the will without energy, and no extraordinary achievement of the will without an intensification of the power of the nervous system or without intense emotional pleasure. There is a very important story in one of the chief scriptures, the Rudrayamala, based on the religion of India, in India. It tells of how the great yogi Vashista, who was very skilled in the orthodox teaching of yoga, who after 6 to 10,000 years, about 70 to 125 incarnations of yogic exercises, fasting, and asceticism, had been unable to bring forth his spiritual power, his kundalini, into full manifestation. He was about to give up and curse the goddess, declaring that it was all a hoax, when Tara, the goddess of the mantra Om, appeared to him and told him that he could not manifest the mother in her full glory because he was practicing in the wrong manner. He should go to Maharsina and learn the correct method. When he got there, he found the god Vishnu intoxicated and in ecstatic embrace with a beautiful maiden. Forgetting that it was the deity itself that he was speaking to, Vashista criticized Vishnu for engaging in practices that went against the sacred teachings. Vishnu challenged Vashishta to prove how and why sex was not sacred. After Vashista was not able to prove his point, Vishnu explained to him that during the sexual act, he and his yogini were involved in intense visualization aimed at preserving the world from extinction, while the sexual energy provided the motive force to achieve the goal of the visualization. He then initiated Vashista into the great Kula Yuga ritual of India, thus enabling him to achieve his goal in bringing forth the goddess fully effulgent as 10,000 suns. This is the basis of the Tantric Yoga system of those who gave India and the world the yogic teachings. In his book, Reflections on the Tantras, Surharkar Chattopadhyaya, page 13 states, then the Sarakar initiate should worship the goddess in her private parts according to the prescribed manner. The worshipper should then resort to pranayama breathing practices and remain ever calm in mind, thinking that the mother goddess is there as his legitimate, literal female partner, and remain ever calm in mind in all of that. Although all teachers of yoga in the West have remained silent on the subject, all such procedures as pressing the heels against the pubic area and the perineum during pranayama breathing practices and the bandhas are primarily measures to help suppress ejaculation. All pranayamas that have as their objective the raising of kundalini must be practiced during the sexual ritual. Most of what appears as separate practices of yoga, mudras, varna, pranayamas, asanas, are in reality segregated parts of an integral system. The Aryan and ignorance and contempt for certain aspects of yoga of those creations was the cause of their acts of selection and rejection of parts from the system that were in harmony with their thinking. Now imagine having functional parts of a television set, but the parts are not hooked up together. And this is the state of the world practice of yoga. While engaging in sexual intercourse, the couple concentrates on visualizing a goal, success in the career of the husband or the wife or both, for example. Before and during the ceremony, judicious use will be made of certain foods and drinks with aphrodisiac properties in order to realize the greatest ecstasy possible. The association of the image of the objective with the sexual ecstasy serves to keep the image constantly in one's awareness and endow it with great power to attract to the individual in an occult manner the resources to achieve the goal. Do not pleasurable experiences keep reflecting themselves in our awareness, motivating us to renew the experience? This is the great secret for maintaining oneself motivated, which is a major key to success in any undertaking. It is this principle that advertising experts are using when they advertise a car with a beautiful half clad woman or pictures of political candidates with the word sex embedded in such a manner that it is not visible to normal vision, such as subliminal seduction. We pagans would rather meditate on transcending our lower nature and manifest our divinity during sex than dwell on the physical sensation of the act, let alone use it to sell candidates, crackers, and cars. Is not the latter truly prostitution? Prostitution of the spirit. An experience that is so alien to Westerners is the breaking out of a person having sex, most often the woman, into trance, possession by a deity or an ancestor. Instead of the usual, I love you, how sweet are you, the person now possessed with the deity engages in psychic healing, prophecy, moral admonitions, counseling, warnings, giving guidance relating to the meditation goal or some heavy theological abstractions. If they only knew who in reality is the pagan. Once this part of the spirit has been developed through repetitions of this Kula Yuga ritual, the initiate finds himself or herself spontaneously and readily manifesting ecstasy regarding revelations that occur to them throughout the normal course of living. This development accentuates the importance of the two preceding initiation stages. Had their belief system not changed in the preceding stage, they would find themselves becoming ecstatic about wrong ideas. And if they had not placed themselves humbly under their teacher's guidance in the first stage of initiation, they would not have been receptive to the reformulation of their belief system in stage two. The result would be that once they learned how to empower their imagination through ritual sex and other means of arousing the life force, that they would find themselves giving power to all kinds of false beliefs. The outcome is rather predictable. Our spiritual power is defined in the Kemetic and Indian traditions as an expression of the solar force, Ra and Kundalini, respectively. And like the solar force, it nurtures all that is within us, and it does not discriminate between harmful and beneficial beliefs. This is the chief danger that Kundalini yogis warn students in relationship to the arousal of Kundalini. One is going nowhere spiritually without arousing Ra, and one is courting all kinds of problems, persistent obsession with false ideas, insanity, if one attempts to arouse it without a teacher. We must take note of the fact that the ritualistic use of sex is not the only means of arousing one's spiritual power. The manifesting ecstatic trance, it can be done with the mere repetition of words of power through the use of certain drugs, peyote, marijuana, and other substances, and through the employment of hatha yogic sexual self stimulation. This is Asvini Mudra, in which the perineum is contracted and released through the visualization, coordinated with breathing. And this is the muscle that we contract when we want to stop our urine in midstream. It also undergoes automatic contractions during sexual excitement and orgasm. Achievement of the goal by meditating with words of power by themselves requires so much time and so many meditations that it is not practical for the majority of people. Yet, when such methods are combined with Kula Yoga, success is attained in a short time. As for the use of drugs to aid in the achievement of ecstatic trance, the price of damage to one's health and social status makes this a poor option. Not only does the sexual ritual approach lead to speedier success, it also helps to emancipate the practitioners from the physical side of sex, as their attention never dwells on the sexual act itself. For example, the Kamakariya Tantra instructs that the practitioner must not allow himself to lose their semen throughout the ritual, which usually lasts for 72 hours, in which the participants must remain in sexual embrace. They must concentrate on chanting the words of power, perform the dhyarna, the visualization of the meditation objective, and furthermore, the woman must be seen as the embodiment of the female aspect of God, and the man as the masculine. Students of Hinduism are biased in a biased mixture of Indo with a biased mixture of Indo-European religion, with those and might protest, claiming that the extinction of desires and emotions, asceticism, is the true means of achieving spiritual liberation. But this is pure spiritual, philosophical, and scientific ignorance. Our emotions are none other than the expression of the activity of our spiritual energy. Not only is it impossible to extinguish it, but its suppression results in a diminution of our libido and overall ability to meet the demands of the world. Physicians are very well aware of the detrimental effects that suppression of pleasure has upon the endocrine organs, especially the gonads. In fact, the gonads are the organs represented by Het Hiru. Her name literally means house, Het, of Hiru, the libido, erotic force, sexual vitality that supports the will. The proper care of the gonads, prostates in the man and ovaries in the woman, and the judicious cultivation of pleasure builds up our libido, the power behind our will, ambition, and psychic power. Unlike other religions, which in typical Sabekian fashion segregate pleasure from the divine, other religions have always understood that spiritual liberation depends on assigning the proper place to each thing in the world. The quest for pleasure must not lead us. Pleasurable acts are to be allowed only after they have been investigated and found to be in conformity with truth and always in due measure. Can you imagine the effect on a pupil's consciousness and spirituality if every time they engaged in sex that their attention was directed to the achievement of a spiritual goal such as healing the world? What if they thought of themselves as engaging not in a mere carnal act, but as divine beings using the energies of the lower part of their spirit to bring forth the higher? Do you know why there's so many neuroses and sexual perversions in Western societies? We're not dealing here with schools of thought. Our sexual energy, which is the driving force for all of our accomplishments, spiritual and mundane, is an expression of the universal creative power of nature and of God. Misunderstand it, misuse it, suppress it if you want, but you will have no say when it avenges itself on. Another important skill that is developed in this stage is the creative use of the imagination. We have already described what we have already described as a function as the coordinator of the shaping forces of the events in our lives. When we take a belief into a state of trance and elaborate upon it, our imagination unknown to us, we are manipulating and coordinating the forces that are responsible for shaping the event. This takes place regardless of whether the goal is harmful, undesirable, or beneficial to us. The imagination will organize the powers of the spirit to make the goal a reality, and this is one of the reasons for the work during the preceding stage. If the initiate increases the creative power of their of their imaginative faculty without first realigning their belief system with truth, based on the self as Asar, the indwelling intelligence, his wayward beliefs will direct his imagination to all sorts of harmful ends. Take, for instance, the persons who believe that the falling in love process is beyond their control. These people, who are the ones who are vulnerable to infidelity while married, are not aware that it is their self image identified with a person that is the cause of their falling in love. If a thing like this can happen with the normal amount of spiritual power, imagine what would happen to individuals with a great deal of spiritual power but wrong beliefs. Success in this initiation stage gives the initiate the ability to achieve all minor undertakings, many of which are not so minor, primarily through the use of his ecstatic trance, empowered imagination. This is why Venus, the planetary correspondence to Hera, was called the Fortuna Minore. The worst thing that the initiate can do is to stop at this point in their work. They will eventually discover that as they arouse their raw force to greater activity, that it will begin to reawaken the erroneous beliefs and harmful desires that were set aside in the Sebek initiation. Unless he moves on to the next level, they will discover that Hiru's external beauty conceals a most foul internal corruption. The third stage of initiation marks the completion of the preparation of the initiate for higher initiation. We must note that thus far the initiate has not been directed to confront their lower nature. In fact, the method around it was one of persuasion. The initiate entered into mediumistic trance, which has the significant property of silencing thoughts and energies of resisting to change, and was then presented with a new belief system calculated to replace the false dichotomies and wayward beliefs in their spirit. Though this replacement is only temporary, for no spiritual growth has yet taken place, the key to understanding why the lower nature has not been challenged resides in the fact that the three faculties involved are feminine, receptive to the animal spirit. The planetary symbols are the moon, Mercury, and Venus. The cold yin quality that they share symbolizes that the heat, the sexual passion of the life force, is not yet strong enough. The next triad of planets that correspond to the spheres wherein the next set of initiations will take place are all hot. Hiru, the sun, Hirukuti, Mahat, Jupiter. This heat makes them masculine, unreceptive to the animal spirit. For consciousness to function through them, the libido must be raised. The key to understanding why spiritual growth has not taken place, even if there has been a successful replacement of negative behavior, is due to the fact that the initiate has not yet become awakened. We must again take note of the coldness of the three faculties involved, as it is no more mere metaphor, for as we know, the body, the animal spirit, cools down to allow us to sleep and heats up to allow us to awaken. Changes in our behavior can only be credited towards spiritual growth if we do the work ourselves. So far, it was done for us by the initiator while we were in a state of mediumistic, hypnotic trance. That's the subject. It's interesting. So many people have so many ideas, and they often present those ideas as fact. That's why I like to learn and open my mind. There's this one individual, no names, not even location, but there's this one time an individual, they came up to me and they told me they had a problem, kind of about what we were talking about, but on their own, that's they were having a problem with that kind of a life or whatever the case. And that material in there led me to ask them. I said, you ever think about the same thought while you're with your partner? Like, what? It's like, y'all ever, like, before y'all get together and do your thing, you ever get together and be like, hey, let's think about this while we're doing our thing? She's like, that was like that was like an alien just walked up to her. She was like, "How? What are you? What kind of world are you living in, bub?" And the truth was that material right there. That material right there. People create chaos in their own life because during those moments of activity in their life, they're envisioning a legitimate fantasy. That's the magic that they're actually trying to create in their own life, known or not. And that is destructive. I learned actually rather more so recently that if you make a wish that is possible, that is like legitimately like fathomable, that wish can legitimately come true. But if you make a wish, like wish or prayer, either way, which is completely like out there and it's not possible, that won't come back. That's going to hurt you. You got to like to make that prayer or that request. It's got to be reasonable. That okay. We can work with that. But something completely outlandish is it's not going to work out, and that's what winds up creating problems in life. And so in life, when those moments come up, either with your partner or with oneself, before that activity actually takes place, to be in mind, in conscious mind of this is what I'm envisioning. This is what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about a house with my kids and my wife, and I see them, and that's so the energy being generated from the activity is actually creating your future or the future of those who are, who you're looking out for. And again, without emotion, there's no creation to the magic, the prayer, the spell, the ritual, whatever you want to call it, does not actually populate without that emotion. The energy, the emotion, the visualization. This, anyways, I'm gonna just leave that one right there. Level 2, stage 4 of initiation, the Ob division of the spirit. Sphere 6, Hiru. The initiation at this stage aims at teaching the initiate to establish their will as the master of their behavior. It is amazing that so much ink has flowed in regards to the will, yet so little is known about it. Willing is an action of the self and not of the person. When we will, we are involved in the actions of setting into motion functions of the spirit or the body from the level of the self. Actions that are set into motion from the level of the person are acts of desiring, wishing, hoping, and so on. The fundamental difference is that the will originates from the self, which is unswayed by emotions and sensuous, while desiring is influenced and dictated by them. This is cleverly embedded in the Alcerian story. Alset, she mates with the deceased Alsar and conceives Hiru. And Hiru carries him in her womb and gives birth to him. It is a grand metaphor for the union through trance of one's identity with the indwelling self. as all set mates with all saw, and the empowerment of this identity through the spiritual power intensification rituals in stage 3 at Hiru, which gives birth to the personal will of Hiru. It is important to keep in mind that a goal of initiation is to attain to the point where one is able to set the so called subconscious, the spirit, or involuntary functions into motion at will. Not only does the indwelling intelligence control the involuntary functions of the body, it also controls all phases of our behavior and is the major shaping force of everything that happens in our lives. Ergo, it influences the course of our career, marriage, safety, and so on to our destiny. As the chief director of the spirit, the subconscious, Assad is free of emotional influences. So must be the will, which it gives rise to. This is to say that the will is the child of the self, as desire is born of the person. Before I keep reading on this subject, I do just want to personally bring out that when Alset mates with her deceased husband Alsar, okay, his body had been dismembered into 14 pieces. They went around and collected all the pieces of his body. However, his phallus had been eaten by a fish, so they only had 13 parts, not 14. Therefore, all set could not actually physically have this happen. This was a trance induced type of thing. Consider Jesus, the birth of Jesus, right? Yeshua. We got child of God, God embodied, however you see it. And boom, Mary's like a virgin. She doesn't have intercourse and she gets pregnant out of nowhere? No. Energy always exists, never dies. It was created through mediumistic trance, through the ceremony, which put that energy and that child, that consciousness within her own womb. She loved her husband so much that she gave birth to him to bring him back. Anyways, moving on. The initiate also learns that the freedom of his personal will is not for the purpose of choosing and determining the various undertakings of their life, careers, marriages, or so on. Such a concept must be alarming to Westerners, but those of other long standing traditions of consulting oracles in such matters to discover if the want is in harmony with the divine will, and if it is, which part of the spirit is symbolized by a deity is in control of the undertaking. And when I mention which symbolized by the deity, which deity is in control, which energy center, which personality type within ourself have we put into position to control that situation? This subject raises the question regarding predestination in people's lives. As this is a false concept, we need not entertain it. The practice of consulting an oracle to see if the proposed undertaking is in harmony with the divine will is based on the fact that, like all intelligent undertakings, all lives are planned. Do you plan before you undertake something important? Do you believe that your life is a haphazard, hence accidental sequence of events? Where there is no planning, there is no intelligence. The plan of each person's life is revealed by the second division of their spirit. This plan and parts of it can be made known through such oracles as the Ifa, the Arfa, the Dilogur, the I Ching, the Metunatar, the oracle revealed in this study by initiates who have awakened their second sphere or Tahuti faculty, and in some cases by mediums. What then is the function of the personal will? The function of man's will is to allow them the freedom to choose between good and evil. What is good and what is evil? We go to the tree of life for our answer, the first and highest manifestation of our divinity. Sphere 1 is the unity of all opposites, which is the good. The lowest manifestation, the 10th sphere, is the source of our emotional behavior, which makes our life irrational if we allowed it to control our lives. This is the evil. Hiru's job, the will, is to keep the lower part of being, the emotions and the sahu, from directing our lives in deference to the higher. Beyond the importance of ensuring that all of our undertakings are in harmony with each other, the use of oracles involves the set of one of the most important rituals in our lives. In many cases, we will find that the direction of the oracle is at odds with our desires and conditionings. Complying with the oracle pronouncement in most such cases involves the individual in a pitched battle against the lower part of being. This is the manner in which the deities, metaphysical intelligences, reveal to us which conditionings are to be overcome in relation to a specific undertaking. An example, we are informed of the spiritual significance of a specific worldly undertaking. A person might be told by the oracle that in order to succeed in the marriage, rituals must be done to Sebek. It means that this person's marriage is a vehicle for the development of this spiritual faculty. A set of key oracular readings serves to map out a fully personalized spiritual curriculum for the individual, while the success in carrying out the directions provides an objective way of measuring the degree of spiritual development. Anyone who has tried to measure objectively and accurately of his or her spiritual progress will be able to appreciate this fully. Do the ecstatic trance rituals performed at this in the preceding stage and certain breathing practices introduced yesterday result in the awakening of the initiate. A chief distinction between the states of sleep and wakefulness is that in sleep our will does not function, while it does when we are awake. And since most people are, for the most part, unable to successfully use their will, we are justified in concluding that they are not fully awake during their waking state. A waking trance induction method is therefore introduced at this stage. It is based on a special way of breathing that is characterized by the decrease of the rate of breathing and the increase of the volume of air breathed in. This method of breathing, which is called durmo or gdumo, fire breathing, leads to a state of wakefulness that is many times more intense than normal. The waking trance, opposite to mediumistic or hypnotic trance, is the subject of one of the greatest books ever to come out of Kemet, known as the Egyptian Book of the Dead, a name given to it by the Arab grave robbers because they found copies of the book buried with the corpses. It is really the Portem Hiru, Book of Becoming Awake. Part im means becoming, and hiru, which means day or sun, and by extension, the day consciousness, wakefulness. In this state of trance, the senses are fully asleep. There is little or no awareness of the external world or the body, while the person is in a state of full mental wakefulness. The wakefulness enables the meditator to see the falsehoods and contradictions in the beliefs that were cultivated in the early part of life. Related to the initiation at this stage is the beginning of a spiritual responsibility that serves as the determinant of the effectuation of spiritual growth. In other words, when do we know that the living of truth has led to spiritual growth? Can you say that growth takes place when the observance of a virtue does not involve a challenge? While exercising at a heart rate of 140 beats per minute signals improvement for someone whose peak exercising rate was lower, it does not for someone already there or beyond. Similarly, spiritual growth only takes place when we are challenged to embrace a truth or directive of the oracle. the wisdom part of the spirit, and it runs into opposition from our conditioning. Your mind is set on doing something, and the oracle or spiritual law reveals to you that you will achieve your goal at the expense of someone else. Doing the right thing will, from the narrow view, cause you losses. These types of scenarios, which are called crossroads situations, have given rise to the belief that the best place to make offerings and do rituals are at a crossroads. Success in the living of truth at such crucial moments is made possible by Hiru, the sexual power that is generated in the gonads, the house of Het, of sex, Hiru, and a great meditation system entitled Min Ab Im Onkim Mahat. We will detail it in future chapters. The Min Ab Im Onkim Mahat is the stilling or the stopping of thoughts. In conclusion, it must be noted that the opposition to the living of truth by our conditionings demands that we summon extra spiritual power. Spiritual power, Kundalini, Ra, can only be aroused to its greatest heights by genuine challenges in life. Thus, it takes power to get power. It is hoped that the reader, the listener, will begin to understand that discipline cannot be achieved by meditating on the abstraction discipline. All sermons to such effects or hypnotic auto-suggestions like "I am disciplined" must fail. In touching on that crossroads situation, these times come up. They're difficult times. And for myself, I can fight for all of my things, or I can walk away, accept the loss, understand that my arms are open to receive new things, and by accepting the loss, I actually recognize that what was lost, what was not paid back, what was stolen, whatever the case, I can let that actually be an offering. I can let that be an offering. I can let go of it, like through my heart, not forgiving the person. I know not to hang around the person who stole this stuff again. I know not to go back and get into those associations again. Though by allowing it to be an offering and not to fight with that person to get back just an ounce of what I actually needed or wanted or was correctly to be given back, that's a crossroads moment in your life. That's not a person just doing you wrong. There's something spiritual going on in your life. And to let go of it means, you know what? Yeah, I'm more concerned with my happiness than I am with that physical object. That's big. That's choosing spirit. That's choosing the higher self over the lower self, because you know that lower self's going to get that back. You know you're going to get that back. You're going to earn that back. You've done it before. You can do it again. You do it every day. But those crossroads situations, those are some big moments. Those are some real big moments. And to be able to make that offering, to be able to let go of that item, is literally like allowing the, if you, I don't mean it demon in a bad way, but allowing that crossroads guardian, if you will, we'll use that one instead. The crossroads guardian is like, you can't pass your spiritual journey. You will not grow unless you let this go. And that's, I've experienced that a multitude of times, and I could have kept my things. I could have fought for my things. I could have done this or that or whatever the case. And I would be stuck. I would likely, I'd be stuck. I'd be stuck way back where I was, and I would have never moved out of there because I would have been surrounded with a bunch of junk and not able to leave. Level 2, Stage 5 of initiation, the Ob division of the spirit, the fifth sphere, Herokuti. Herokuti is the dispenser of divine justice. It is the faculty that protects us from our enemies. It is the spiritual mechanism behind our physical and spiritual immunity and our ability to overcome the resistances of the physical environment. In the same manner that our physical immunity cannot protect us if we violate the laws of our body, eat incorrectly, indulge in excesses, now this part of our spirit cannot protect us from the injustices of others and from psychic invasion if we violate its law. In conformity with the law that you reap what you sow, the initiate at this stage meditates on being just with others and makes a commitment to confess to his peers and kin, not his enemies, any injustice that has been done to another. The spiritual strength that must be raised to carry this out awakens this faculty to its role of providing psychical psychic protection and physical protection. If only the major political and religious leaders of nations were to know the reality behind the word justice. Can you see how much the knowledge of the definition, but not the reality itself, is costing us? Can you imagine what would happen to an oppressor if all the individuals in a nation of oppressed people got together and made a commitment to give justice to everyone, as well as a commitment to confess all transgressions against each other? Did the thought heat you up? If it did, congratulations. You've just verified yourself the basis of the raw ritual system of Karmit and the Kundalini Yoga of the Dravidians. But where would one find the strength to live up to the demands of this sphere? We must once draw upon the fact that our self, the indwelling intelligence at the center of our being, is not swayed by emotions. The ability to carry out the demands of this sphere is merely a natural outgrowth of identifying with all Saw. What about the fear that one must surely suffer in this situation? Once more, again, we must realize that identification with Asar, the Kether, involves the realization that the spirit is essentially unconditioned. That is to say, that we are free to revert to the original state of our spirit, in which there are no predetermined inclinations or response patterns. That was a good one to learn. Like, really, to learn that, to live that, changes a lot. Level 2, Stage 6 of initiation, the Ab division of the spirit, Sphere 4, Mahat. In an earlier chapter, we saw that as fundamental needs of the world are varied, hence the cycles of food, water, and oxygen, and so forth, the existence of different types of beings is required. If any one of them were to evolve from their station and function, the world would cease to function. What would make food if plants were to evolve into animals? How would plants make protein if the nitrogen fixing bacteria were to evolve into some higher form of life? It is time to rid the world of the interspecies evolutionary theory, whose main function is to serve as racist policies. In the same manner, the various cells in our body have been made with different degrees of structural and functional complexity in order to carry out the functions specific to them. So are the various creatures in the world. As much as some people may want to trace their ancestry to cockroaches or apes, the fact is that creatures do not evolve above their appointed function in the cycles that sustain earthly life, unlike Orbisk civil servants to become other types of creatures. When we speak of spiritual evolution, we are referring to the graduated coming into being of the hierarchy of faculties of the individual or the species. Similarly, the human kingdom is made up of different racial temperaments. Each one is to make its contribution to the unfoldment of the divine trauma. The lesson that the initiate has to learn here is that while their personality or that their group might be watery, they must share with and let the fiery type live. This is not to say that one must acquiesce in evil or sleep in bed with the enemy. Fire cannot mix with water, but they must both be recognized that the whole, and therefore themselves, cannot exist without the other. For many people, the oppressed especially, this is more difficult to carry out than the initiation demands of the preceding stage. Some people would sooner kill themselves than recognize a place in the scheme of things for their enemies and oppressors. Once more again, we see how the genuine living situation demands that the initiate summon a great deal of power in order to carry out the laws of initiation. In each of the three last initiations, we can see that that there is a progressive moving away from an identification with our natal personality and earlier conditioned behavior pattern. Now we must also appreciate the fact that, unlike all other spiritual traditions and scriptures, this tree of life based initiation system lays down a careful, graduated set of challenges. It is at the fourth sphere that the initiate is asked to turn the other cheek. Christianity and many spiritual traditions do violence to people by making spiritual demands that have not been properly prepared for. Once you analyze the matter, you will see that the various virtues require different levels of intellectual abilities and spiritual power. The planetary correspondence of the fourth sphere, Mahat, is Jupiter, which astrologers tell us in the major fortune, major success. It comes not simply from an act of sharing or giving, therefore receiving, but from spiritual power generated by the ability to forgive and work with one's enemies. The sign that this power is fully developed is given evidence by the initiate's ability to maintain a sense of joy and optimism in the face of opposition, even when facing death. Woe unto him who fails to realize that this is the greatest occult secret for generating the spiritual power to achieve earthly objectives. I share all of this that you too, my brothers and sisters around the world. I know there are some out there listening and watching right now in Australia and other parts of the world. And I thank y'all. I thank y'all for listening. Thank you for watching. Though, truly, to work with your enemy and to allow them to be who they are and yet not be affected adversely by them internally. It's it's a it's it does a lot of good. It does a lot of good all the way around. It's like it's like the people who don't have love in their life wind up getting smacked with love, and at first that smack with love hurts, but it doesn't come from me. But it comes from their own self. It comes from their inner self, and that kind of it's to me it's huge on the protection level. It's huge on that within my own heart, that energy center within my own place of being. And I've been mentioning this, but truly, I don't see people as enemies anymore, not truly. They're just on a different portion of their journey. And I may need to be a mirror for them because nobody else has been that mirror they need to look at to really be like, to really do some internalizing thought. And so that's okay. I understand they're at a point of their growth. So it brings a lot of peace. And, anyways, I'm going to keep moving on because we don't have too much more before this. We got 2 pages left. Three, four. The level 3, stage 7 of initiation, the Shechem division of the spirit, sphere 3. This is the first of 3 initiation stages that involves a total break with worldly interests. We must never lose sight of the fact that such an attitude to life with proper understanding and life force generation rituals serve to increase the spiritual power to its highest levels of manifestation. This individual has already gone through initiations that have revealed the fact that psychic power increases in direct relationship to the individual's living of truths in genuine life situations at crossroads, and not from the mere performance of spiritual exercises and meditation and rituals. As this sphere is the center of the 50 sound units of power that are the basis of all physical manifestations, we must realize that they cannot be utilized for purposes that are predominantly personal. During the fourth stage of initiation, it was said that the objective is man's life that the objective in man's life are indicated by the oracular faculty. One of the results of the practice of consulting oracles is the unification of our undertaking with the divine historical plan. When we get a reading indicating, for example, that the success of our marriage depends on the development of our spiritual faculty represented by Sebek, success in the undertaking goes beyond the marriage itself. In the same way that the normal Sebek talents, the communication skills, are now available for other areas in life, so are the psychic powers of the deity developed in the course of the ritual. The difference is that we must use these powers for the benefit of the world. The ecstasy that must be cultivated at this sphere is not for the mundane objective, but for manifesting the personalities of the deities and their powers in our life for the benefit of the world. For this to be, we must die to the personal mundane goals. The world must cease to hold wonders and pleasures for us. Our pleasure is in manifesting the likeness of God in whose image we have been made. When it is said that Sukkot is the god of the dead, a double sense is intended. The dead are both the deceased and the initiates who have died to the interests and pleasures of the world. And this is easy to understand when we keep in mind that the initiate is here trading off earthly pleasures for divine power. Stage 8 of initiation, the Ku division of the spirit, sphere 2, Tahuti. Earlier it was said that man's will must be directed by God. Up to this point, this was achieved through the use of oracles, which are means of communicated with the spiritual faculty of the second sphere, Tahuti. In this stage of the initiation, the person learns how to stop the thinking mechanism in order to allow this faculty to manifest its omniscience. One of the most important accomplishments resulting from this initiation is the ability to intuit what divine intelligences are responsible for the various events in the world. Now, this is the kernel of the true meaning of wisdom. In other words, the initiate becomes a sage, a living oracle. And these are individuals that are authored the great oracles that are now in the world. Level 3, Stage 9 of initiation, the Ba division of the spirit, Sphere 1, Alsar. Here, the initiate experiences that herself is the one and only self dwelling in all things, in and as the world. Thus, all oppositions are transcended into unity with all creatures is achieved. The initiate becomes an all-star. The greatest challenge for the initiate here is to refrain from taking sides in the seeming conflicts of life. All adversities exist for the sake of making demands upon the individual to reach into the depths of their spirit, to awaken the spiritual power to overcome them. One cannot push or exert force if there is no opposition. There can be no manifestations of spiritual power without adversity. All is peace. Attempt. Level 4, Stage 10 of initiation, body and spirit transcended. 0. Amen and Nut. Here it is finally realized that all that has been transcended was made possible by the fact that the energy and matter that make up our spirit is essentially unconditioned and unformed. Otherwise, the transcendence could not have taken place. This is the realization of Sunyata, the void of Buddhism. It is the Amen, the immanent aspect of God in the Kemetic tradition. Ritualistically, the initiate becomes established in the ability to stop all thought activity and raise consciousness beyond the spirit. Even remember that the Ba, the spiritual vehicle of the first sphere, is the highest manifestation of man's spirit. Now that man's consciousness is in the subjective realm, and there are no things talking by consciousness, the self can only be conscious of being conscious. It becomes aware that it is an immaterial reality. In the Kemetic tradition, this is symbolized as the god Amen. The Jewish Kabbalah calls it Ein, the negative existence. Yeah. There's essentially those processes that we just read over from the Matu Natar, good book, is essentially going over these 11 spheres, the tree of life, and how we process events. Everybody in the world processes events in this mannerism, whether they're conscious of it or not. And so by sharing this information, this is really the lets you take control of your life like it did for me. And when I say take control of my life, I don't mean in excess of money or anything of that manner at all. Or being able to say I go here when I want to, or well, it's not about that's not the kind of control I'm talking about. But the hetept that was mentioned, Hetep, hetept, is a state of peace in the heart. And no matter what happens, no matter what winds up occurring, that state of peace exists. Things may be horrible here, but I'm going to look at it here. The energy may be down this way, but I'm going to focus on this area over there. And by following, by adhering to these things that we're reading each day from them to Natar, truly, those are a lot of the seeds of truth. As people often ask, help me on my journey. This is what we're talking about. So we are going to shift to Dante's Inferno. And I'd like to say thank you to everybody watching, listening. It's interesting because a couple of moments there I wanted to stop reading and jump into another book or whatever the case. I wanted to switch up there, though I felt very strongly like people are listening and really taking this information in, taking notes, and so a little bit of that each day. Uh, so I definitely fit. That was chapter 11 of the book. So we read all of chapter 11 in any regard. Um, I thank you for your presence. I thank you for being around. I thank you for hanging out. And I thank you for being part of this tribe. I do call it a tribe rather than anything else. And I was thinking about it last night. And I, it's a tribal thing. It's a family thing. It's a spiritual thing. It's finding family in the dark upon our ark. It's it's a beautiful reality. That's what I was gonna say. It's like my life got taken away from me in a manner of speaking, and I decided to follow faith. I decided to say, you know what, I'm going to toss money to the side is the focus of what I need to fix my problems, and I'm going to put God first, Jesus first, faith first. It was faith first rather than a name first. It was belief. It was that scripture that I believed in said that God would provide everything I need, food, shelter, clothing, said he would dress me. That's what God said, I'll take care of you. I got you, but you have to trust me. And so it'd be funny when I was a kid and teenager growing up, because at they're from the pulpit, from the stage, you're like, have faith in God, follow Jesus. And the Bible tells me not to store up treasures on this earth. It said, don't store treasures on earth. All these riches of all your coins and no good. Don't do that. It says, store your riches in heaven, in a space of where your faith resides, where you know an existence exists of something incorruptible. It says, store your values there. Well, I can't take coins into an immaterial realm. My energy goes there, but not the physical. So while the world was moving and going on, I did research and I took notes and I wrote a language and a book. And this this was my first book. I bought at the store, found the book myself, like created the book myself, got the paper, some like construction like paper, bound it in there, and boom, I started writing. It started coming to me, and I took notes and documented my journey. And so now, as the world is where we all are, we're kind of in the same place. And I enjoy that. I enjoy your company. And again, all of this little side chat was to really express a huge thank you to you. Canto 21 of Dante's Inferno. Love you, brother Obs. I appreciate that comment. I'm 91. That's a it's pretty solid observation there, and thank you for that. From bridge to bridge, thus speaking other things of which my comedy cares not to sing, we came along and held the summit when we halted to behold another fissure of Malbolge and other vain laments, and I beheld it marvellously dark, as in the arsenal of the Venetians. Boils in the winter the tenacious pitch to smear their unsound vessels over again. For sail they cannot, and instead thereof one makes his vessel new, and one recalks the ribs of that which many a voyage has made. One hammers at the prow, one at the stem. This one makes oars, and that one cordage twists. Another mends and the mainsail in the mizzen. Thus, not by fire, but by the art divine, was boiling down below there a dense pitch, which upon every side the bank belined. I saw it, but I did not see within it aught but the bubbles that the boiling raised, and all swell up and re-subside, compress, the while below there fixedly I gazed. My leader cried out, Beware, beware! And drew me unto himself from where I stood. Then I turned around as one who is impatient to see what it behooves him to escape, and from whom a sudden terror doth unman, who while he looks delays not his departure. And I beheld behind us a black devil running along upon the crag approach. Oh, how ferocious was he in his aspect, and how he seemed to me in action ruthless, with open wings and light upon his feet, his shoulders which sharp pointed were and high, a sinner did encumber with both haunches, and he held clutched to the sinews of the feet. From off our bridge he said, Old Malbranche, behold one of the elders of Saint Zira. Plunge him beneath, for I return for others unto that town which is well furnished with them. All there are berators except in Ponturo. No into yes, for money there is changed. He hurled him down and over the hard crag, turned round, and never was a mastiff loosened in so much hurry to pursue a thief. The other sank and rose again face downward, but the demons under cover of the bridge cried, Here the Santo Vorto has no place. Here swims one otherwise than in the Sarchio. Therefore, if for our gaffs thou wishest not, do not uplift thyself above the pitch. They seized him then with more than 100 rakes. They said, It here behooves thee to dance covered, that if thou canst, thou secretly mayest pilfer. Not otherwise the cooks their scullions make, immerse into the middle of the cauldron the meat with hooks, so that it may not float. Said the good master to me, that it be not apparent thou art here, crouch thyself down behind a jug, that thou mayest have some screen, and for no outrage that is done to me. Be thou afraid, because these things I know, for once before I was in such a scuffle. Then he passed on beyond the bridge's head, and as upon the sixth bank he arrived, need was for him to have a steadfast front, with the same fury and the same uproot, as dogs leapt out upon a mendicant, and who on a sudden begs wherever he stops they issue from beneath the little bridge, and turned against him all their grappling irons. But he cried out, "Be none of you malignant. Before those hooks of yours lay hold of me, let one of you step forward who may hear me, and then take counsel as to grappling me." All cried, "Let Malacorda go," whereat one started, and the rest stood still. And he came to him, saying, "What avails it? Thinkest thou, Malacorda, to behold me? Advance into this place," my master said, "save hitherto from all your skill of fence, without the will divine and fate auspicious. Let me go on, for it in heaven is willed that I another show this savage road." Then was his arrogance so humbled in him that he fell his grapnel at his feet, and to the other said, "Now strike him not, and unto me, my guide, O thou who sittest among the splinters of the bridge crouched down securely, now return to me again." Wherefore I started and came swiftly to him, and all the devils forward thrust themselves, so that I feared they would not keep their compact. And thus beheld I once frayed the soldiers, who issued under safeguard from Caprona, seeing themselves among so many foes. Close did I press myself with all my person beside my leader, and turned not mine eyes from off their countenance, which was not good. They lowered their rakes, and "Wilt thou have me hit him?" they said to one another, "On the rump, on the trump, on the tump," and answered, "Yes, see that thou nick him with it." But the same demon who was holding parley with my conductor turned him very quickly and said, be quiet, scarne gorne," then said to us, "You can go no farther, you can go farther, go forward upon this crag, because is lying all shattered at the bottom of the sixth arch. And if it still doth please you to go onward, pursue your way along upon this rock. Near is another crag that yields a path. Yesterday, 5 hours later than this hour, 1,266 years were complete, that here the way was broken. I send in that direction some of mine to see if any one doth err himself. Go ye with them, for they will not be vicious. Step forward, Alcirnio and Cacabrina, began he to cry out, and thou, Carnarzo and Barbarcia, do thou guide the 10. Come forward, Libirocor and Rargignarzo, and Tusk Sierrato, and Graficarne, and Frafarlo, and Madro Becarte. Search ye all round about the boiling pitch. Let these be safe as far as the next crag, that all unbroken passes over the dens. Oh me, what is it, master, that I see? Pray let us go, I said, without an escort, if thou knowest how, since for myself I ask none. If thou art as observant as thy wont is, dost thou not see that I do gnash their teeth, and with their brows, and threatening woe to us? And he to me, "I will not have thee fear. Let them gnash on according to their fancy, because they do it for those boiling wretches." Along the left-hand dike they wheeled about, but first had each one thrust his tongue between his teeth towards their leader for a signal, and he made a trumpet of his trump. I have erewhile seen horsemen moving camp begin the storming and their master make, and sometimes starting off for their escape. Vaunt couriers have I seen upon your land, O Ariternes, and foragers go forth, tournament stricken in the jousting run, sometimes with trumpets and sometimes with bells, with kettle drums and signals of the castles, and with our own and with outlandish things, but never yet with bagpipes so uncouth did I see horsemen move, not infantry, nor ship by any sign of land or star. We went upon our way with the 10 demons, ah, savage company, but in the church with saints, and in the tavern with the gluttons. Ever upon the pitch was my intent to see the whole condition of that Borgia, and of the people who therein were burned, even as the dolphins when they make a sign to mariners by arching of the back, that they should counsel take to save their vessel. Thus sometimes to alleviate his pain, one of the sinners would display his back, and unless time conceal it, then it lightens, as on the brink of water in a ditch. The frogs stand only with their muzzles out, so that they hide their feet and other bulk. So upon every side the sinner stood, but ever as Babarcia nearer came, thus underneath the boiling they withdrew. I saw, and still my heart doth shudder it, one waiting thus, even as it comes to pass. One frog remains, and down another dives, and Grafrican, who most confronted him, grappled him by his tresses smeared with pitch, and drew him up so that he seemed an otter. I knew before the names of all of them, so had I noted them when they were chosen, and when they called each other, listened how Rubicante. See that thou do lay thy claws upon him, so that thou mayest flay him, cried all together the accursed ones. And I, my master, see to it, if thou canst, that thou mayest know who is the luckiest wight. Thus come into his adversary's hands. Near to the side of him my leader drew, asked of him whence he was, and he replied, I in the kingdom of Navarre was born. My mother placed me servant to a lord, for she had borne me to a ribald knave, destroyer of himself and of his things. Then I domestic was of good King Tybalt. I set me there to practice barratry, for which I pay the reckoning in his heart. And Ciarato, from whose mouth projected on either side a tusk as in a boar, caused him to feel how one of them could rip. Among malicious cats the mouse had come, but Barbarcia clasped him in his arms and said, Stand ye aside while I enfork him. And to my master he turned round his face. Ask him again, he said, if more thou wish to know from him, before some one destroy him. The guide, now tell then of the other culprits. Knowest thou any one who is Latin under the pitch? And he, I separated lately from one who was a neighbor to it. Would that I still were covered up with him, for neither claw nor grapnel should I fear, and Liberico we have borne too much. And with his grappling iron seized his arm, so that by rending he tore off a tendon. Yggdrasil wished to pounce upon him, down at the legs, whence their Decurion turned round and round about the even with an evil look. And when they somewhat were pacified again of him who still was looking at his wound, demanded my conductor without stay, who was that one from whom the luckless parting thou sayest thou hast made to come ashore? And he replied, it was for the friar Gomertia, and he of Golura, vessel of old fraud, who had the enemies of his lord in hand, and dealt so with them each exults thereat. Money he took and let them smoothly off, as he says, and in other offices a brader was he, not mean, but sovereign. Foregathers with him one Don Michael Zanch of Logodoro and of Sardinia. To gossip never do their tongues feel tired. O me see that one how he grinds his teeth, still farther would I speak, but am afraid, lest he to scratch my itch be making ready. And the grand provost turned to Farfallio, who rolled his eyes about as if to strike, said, Stand aside there, thou malicious bird, if you desire either to see or hear. The terror-stricken recommenced thereon. Tuscans or Lombards, I will make them come, but let the Malbranche cease a little. so that these may not their revenges fear. And I, down sitting in this very place, for one that I am, will make seven to come, when I shall whistle as our custom is to do whenever one of us emerges. Carnarzo, at these words, his muzzle lifted, shaking his head, and said, "Just hear the trick which he has thought of, down to throw himself, whence he who snares in great abundance had, responded, I by far too cunning am, when I procure for mine a great sadness. Arlichern held not in, but running counter unto the rest, said to him, If thou dive, I will not follow thee upon the gallop, but I will beat my wings above the pitch, the height be left, and be the bank of a shield, to see if thou alone dost contravail us. O thou who readest, thou shalt hear new sport, each to the other side his eyes averted, he first who most reluctant was to do it. The Nebraska selected well his time, planted his feet on land, and in a monument leaped, and released himself from their design. Whereat each one was suddenly stung with shame, but he most, who was cause of the defeat, therefore he moved and cried, Thou art overtaken. But little it availed, for wings could not outstrip the fear. The other one went under, and flying in upward, he his breast directed. No otherwise the duck upon a sudden dives under, when the falcon is approaching, and upward he returneth cross and weary. Infuriate at the mockery, Cacabrina, flying behind him, followed close, desirous the other should escape, to have a quarrel. And when the berater had disappeared, he turned his talons upon his companion and grappled with him right above the moat. But soothe the other was adultery Sparhark, the clever claw him well, and both of them fell in the middle of the boiling pond. A sudden interceptor was the heat, but nevertheless of rising there was naught, to such degree they had their wings belimed, lamenting with the other. Barbarcia made four of them fly to the other side, with all their gaff, and very speedily, this side and that, they to their posts descended. They stretched their hooks towards the pitched and snared, who were already baked within the crust, and in this manner buried did we leave them. Silent, alone, and without company we went, the one in front, the other after, as go the minor friars along their way. Upon the fable of Aesop was directed my thought by reason of the present quarrel, where he has spoken of the frog and mouse. For Mo and Isa are not more like than this one is to that, if well we couple end and beginning with a steadfast mind. And even as one thought from another springs, so afterward from that was born another, which the first fear within me double made. Thus did I ponder, these on our account are laughed to scorn with injury and scoff, so great that much I think it must annoy them, if anger be engrafted on ill will, they will come after us more merciless than dog upon the lever which he seizes. I felt my hair stand all on end already with terror, and stood backwardly intent, when I said, Master, if thou hidest not thyself and me forthwith, of Malebranche I am in dread. We have them now behind us, I so imagine them. I already feel them, and he, if I were made of leaded glass, thine covered image, I should not attract sooner to me than I imprint the inner. Just now thy thoughts came in among my own, with similar attitude and similar face, so that of both one counsel soul I made. If peradventure I right bank so slope that we to the next Boeotia can descend, we shall escape from the imagined chase. Not yet he finished rendering such opinion, when I beheld them come with outstretched wings, not far remote, with will to seize upon us. My leader on a sudden seized me up, even as a mother who by noise is awakened, and close beside her sees these enkindled flames, who takes her son and flies and does not stop, having more care of him than of herself, so that she clothes her only with a shift. And downward from the top of that hard bank supine he gave him to the pendant rock, that one side of the other Bolgia walls. Never ran so swiftly water through a sluice to turn the wheel of any land-built mill. Who nearest to the paddles it approaches, as did my master down along the border, bearing me with him on his breast away, as his own son, and not as a companion. Hardly the bed of the ravine below his feet had reached, ere they had reached the hill right over us. But he was not afraid, for the high providence which had ordained to place them ministers of the fifth mote. But power of thence departing took them all. A painted people there below we found, who went about with footsteps very slow. Weeping in their semblance, tried and vanquished, they had on mantles with the hoods low before their eyes, and fashioned of the cut that in the cologne they for the monks are made. Without they gilded are so that it dazzles, but inwardly all leaden and so heavy that Frederick used to put them on of straw of everlastingly fatiguing mantle. Again we turned us, still to the left hand, along with them, intent on their sad plaint. But owing to the weight, that weary folk came on so tardily that we were new in company at each motion of the haunch, whence I unto my leader, see thou find some one who may be dead or name be known, and thus in going move thine eye about. And one who understood the Tuscan speech cried to us from behind, stay ye your feet, ye who so run athwart the dusky air. Perhaps thou have from me what thou demandest. Whereat the leader turned him and said, wait, and then according to his pace proceed. I stopped, and to beheld I show great haste of spirit in their faces to be with me. But the burden and the narrow way delayed them. When they came up, long with an eye askance, they scanned me without uttering a word. Then to each other turned and said together, he by the action of his throat seems living, and if they dead are, by what privilege go they uncovered by the heavy stole? Then said to me, Tuscan, who to the college of miserable hypocrites art come, do not disdain to tell us who thou art. And I to them, born as I was, and grew up in the great town on the fair river of Otamo, and with the body I've always had. But who are ye, in whom there trickles down along your cheek such grief as I behold, and what pain is upon you that so sparkles? And one replied to me, these orange cloaks are made of lead so heavy that the weights cause in the way their balances to creak. Frati Gadrinti were we, and Bolognese, I Catalano, and he Latartingo, named and together taken by thy city, as the wont is to take one man alone, for maintenance of its peace, and we were such that still it is apparent round Gardingo. O friars, began I, you inquisitus, but said no more. For me, to mine eyes, there rushed one crucified with 3 stakes on the ground. When me he saw, he writhed himself all over, blowing into his beard with suspirations. And the friar Catalan, who noticed this, said to me, this transfixed one, who thou seest, counseled the Pharisees that it was meet to put one man to torture for the people, as thou perceivest, and he needs must feel, whoever passes first, how much he weighs. And in like mode his father-in-law is punished within this mote, and the others of the council, which for the Jews was a malignant seed. And thereupon I saw Virgilius marvel over him who was extended on the cross, so vitally an eternal banishment. Then he directed to the friar this voice, Be not displeased if granted thee to tell us, if so, to the right hand any path slope down, by which we two may issue forth from here, without constraining some of the black angels to come and extricate us from this deep. Then he made answer, nearer than thou hopest there is a rock that forth from the great circle proceeds and crosses all the cruel valleys, save that at this 'tis broken, and dost not bridge it, you will be able to mount up the ruin. The sidelong slopes and the bottom rises. The leader stood a while with head bowed down, and then said, the business badly he recounted, who grapples with his hook the sinners yonder. And the friar, many of the devil's vices, once heard I at Bologna, and among them that he's a liar and the father of lies. Thereat my leader with great strides went on, somewhat disturbed by anger in his looks, whence from the heavy laden I departed after the prince of his beloved feet. In that part of youthful year wherein the sun his locks beneath Aquarius tempers, and now the nights draw near to half the day, what time the hoar frost copies on the ground the outward semblance of her sister white, but little lasts the temper of her pen. The husbandman whose forge faileth him rises and looks and seeth the champion all gleaming white, whereat he beats his flank, returns indoors, and up and down laments, like a poor wretch who knows not what to do. Then he returns, and hope revives him, seeing the world has changed his countenance in little time, and takes his shepherd's crook, and forth the little lambs to pasture drives. Thus did the master fill me with alarm when I beheld his forehead so disturbed, and to the ailment came as soon as the plaster. For as we came unto the ruined bridge, the leader turned to me with that sweet look which at the mountain's foot I first beheld. His arms he opened after some advisement within himself elected, looking first well at the ruin, and laid hold of me. And even as he who acts and meditates, for it seems that he provides beforehand, so upward lifting me towards the summit of a huge rock, he scanned another crag, saying to that one grapple afterwards, but try first of 'tis such that it will hold there. This was no path for one clothed with a cloak, for hardly he light, and I pushed upward, were able to ascend from jag to jag. And had it not been that upon the precinct shorter was the ascent than on the other, I know not, but I had been dead beat. But because Malabolgia towards the mouth of the profoundest well is all inclining, the structure of each valley doth import that one bank rises and the other sinks. Still we arrived at length upon the point where from the last stone breaks itself asunder. The breath was from my lungs so milked away when I was up that I could go no further. Nay, I sat down upon my first arrival. Now it behooves thee thus to put off sloth, my master said, for sitting upon down or under quilt one cometh not to fame, without in which whoso his life consumes, such vestige leaveth himself on earth as smoke in air or in the water foam, and therefore raises thee up. Overcome the anguish with spirit that overcometh every battle. If with its heavy body it sink not, a longer stairway it behooves thee mount. 'Tis not enough from these to have departed. Let it avail thee if thou understand me. Then I uprose, showing myself provided better with breath than I did feel myself, and said, go on, for I am strong and bold. Upward we took our way, along the crag, which jagged was, and narrow and difficult, and more precipice than far than that before. Speaking I went, not to appear exhausted, whereat a voice from the next moat came forth, not well adapted to articulate words. I know not with it said, though over the back I now was of the arch that passes there, but he seemed moved to anger who was speaking. I was bent downward, but my living eyes could not attain the bottom, For the dark wherefore I, Master, see that thou arrive at the next round, and let us descend the wall. For as from hence I hear and understand not, so I look down and nothing I distinguish. Other response he said, I make thee not, except the doing. For the modest asking ought to be followed by the dead in silence, by the deed in silence. We from the bridge descend at its head, where it connects itself with the eighth bank. And when was manifest to me the Borgia, and I beheld therein a terrible throng of serpents and of such monstrous kind, that the remembrance still congeals my blood, that Livia boasts no longer with her sand, for it celetri, jacurli, and fere, she breeds with Chinthri and with Amphres berna. Neither so many plagues nor so malignant ever showed she with all Ethiopia, nor with whatever on the Red Sea is. Among this cruel and most dismal throng, people were running naked and affrighted, without the hope of whole or helitrope. They had their hands with serpents bound behind them, these riveted upon the reins, the tail and head, and were in front of them entwined. And look at one who was upon our side. There darted forth a serpent which transfixed him there where the neck is knotted to the shoulders, nor so quickly over, nor I was written. As he took fire and burned, and ashes wholly behooved it, that in falling he became, and when he on the ground was thus destroyed, the ashes drew together, and of themselves into himself they instantly returned. Even thus by the great sages 'tis confessed. The phoenix dies and then is born again. When it approaches its 500th year on herb or grain, it feeds not in its life, but only on tears of incense and armormum, and nard and myrrh are its last winding sheet. And as he is who falls and knows not how, by force of demons who to earth down drag him, or other appellation that binds man, while he rises and around him looks, wholly bewildered by the mighty anguish which he has suffered, and in looking sighs. Such was that sinner after he had risen. Justice of God, oh how severe it is, that blows like these in vengeance poureth down. The guide thereafter asked him who he was, whence he replied, I reigned from Tuscany. In short time since I came into this cruel gorge, a bestial life and not a human pleased me. Even as the mule I was, I'm Varni Forsi, beast and Pistoria was my worthy den. And I unto the guide, tell him to stir not, and ask what crime has thrust him here below. For once a man of blood and wrath I saw him, and the sinner who had heard dissembled not, but unto me directed mind and face, and with a melancholy shame was painted. Then said, It pains me more than thou hast cost me, amid this misery where thou seest me, than when I from the other life was taken. What thou demandest I cannot deny, so low I am put down, because I robbed thus the scarcity of the fair ornaments, and falsely once 'twas laid upon another. But that thou mayest not such a sight enjoy, if thou shalt ever be out of the dark places, thine ears to my announcement open hear. Pistoria first, and Neri groweth meagre, then Florence doth renew her men and manners. Mars draws a vapor up from Vardi Margra, which is the turbid clouds enveloped round, and with impetuous and bitter tempest. Over Campo Pesern shall be the battle, when it shall suddenly rend the mist asunder, so that each Vicarto shall thereby be smitten, and this I've said that it may give thee pain. At the conclusion of his words, the thief lifted his hands aloft with both the figs, crying, Take that, God, for at thee I aim them. From that time forth the serpents were my friends, for one entwined itself about his neck, as if it said, I will not thou speak more. and around his arms another, and rebound him, clenching itself together so in front that with them he could not a motion make. Pistoria, ah, Pistoria, why resolve not to burn thyself to ashes and so perish, since in ill doing thou thy seed excellest? Through all the sombre circles of this hell spirit I saw not against God so proud, not he who fell at Thebes down from the walls. He fled away and spake no further word, and I beheld a centaur full of rage come crying out, where is he? Where is the scoffer? I do not think Marme has so many serpents as he had all along his back, as far as where our countenance begins, upon the shoulders just behind the nape, with wings wide open, was a dragon lying, and he sets fire to all he encounters. My master said that one in Caracas, who beneath the rock upon Mount Aventine, created oftentimes a lake of blood. He goes not on the same road with his brothers. By reason of his fraudulent theft, he made of the great herd which he had near to him, whereat his tortuous action ceased beneath the mace of Hercules, who peradventure gave him 100, and he felt not a rem. While he was speaking thus, he had passed by, and spirits three had underneath us come, of which nor I was nor my leader, until what time they shouted, "Who are you?" On which account our story made a halt, and then we were intent on them alone. I did not know them, but it came to pass, as it wont to happen by some chance, that one to name the other was compelled, exclaiming, "Where can Carfa have remained?" Whence I saw that the leader might attend upward from chin to nose my finger laid. If thou art, reader, slow now to believe what I shall say, it will no marvel be, for I who saw it hardly can admit it. As I was holding raised on them my brows, behold, a serpent with 6 feet darts forth in front of one, and fastens wholly on him. With middle feet it bound him round the paunch, and with the forward ones his arms it seized, then thrust its teeth through one cheek and the other, and the hindermost it stretched upon his thighs, and put its tail through in between the two, and up behind along the reins outspread it. Ivy was never fastened by its barbs unto a tree, so as this horrible reptile upon the other's limbs entwined its own. Then they stuck close as if of heated wax they had been made, and intermixed their color, nor one nor other seemed now what he was, even as proceedeth on before the flame, upward along the paper, a brown color, which is not black as yet, and the white dies. The other two looked on, and each of them cried out, O mi Agnello, how thou changest! Behold, thou now art neither two nor one. Already the two heads had one become. Then there appeared to us two figures mingled into one face, wherein the two were lost. One of the four lists were fashioned the two arms, the thighs and legs, the belly and the chest, members became that never yet were seen. Every original aspect there was cancelled. Two, and yet none did the perverted image appear, and such departed with slow pace, even as a lizard under the great scourge of days concular, exchanging hedge, lightning appeareth if the road it cross. Thus did appear coming toward the bellies of the two others a small fiery serpent, livid and black as a peppercorn, and in the part whereat is first received our ailment, it one of them transfixed, and then downward fell in front of him extended. The one transfixed looked at it, but said naught. Nay, rather with feet motionless he yawned, just as if sleep or fever had assailed him. He at the serpent gazed, and it at him. One though through the wound, the other through the mouth, smoked violently, and the smoke commingled. Henceforth be silent, look, and where he mentions wretched Sibelius and Nasirdius, and wait to hear what now shall be shot forth. Be silent, Ovid of Cadmus and Arthusa, for if him to a snake, her to a fountain, converts he fabling that I grudge him not, because two natures never front to front has he transmuted, so that both the forms to interchange their matter ready were, together they were responded in such wise that to fork the serpent cleft his tail, and eke the wounded drew his feet together, the legs together with the thighs themselves adhered so that in little time the juncture no sign whatever made that was apparent. He with the cloven tail assumed that the figure the other one was losing, and his skin became elastic and the other's hard. I saw the arms draw inward at the armpits, and both feet of the reptile that were short lengthen as so much as those contracted were. Thereafter the hind feet, together twisted, became the member that a man conceals, and of his own the wretched had two created, while both of them the exaltation veils with a new color, and engenders hair on one of them, and depilates the other. The one uprose and down the other fell, though turning not away their impious lamps, underneath which each one his muzzle changed. He who was standing drew it towards the temples, and from the excess of matter which came thither issued the ears from out the hollow cheeks. What did not backward run and was retained of that excess made to the face of a nose, and the lips thickened far as was befitting. He who lay prostrate thrusts his muzzle forward and backward, draws the ears into his head, in the same manner as the snail its horns, and so the tongue, which was entire and apt for speech before, is cleft, and the bye forked, and the other closes up, and the smoke ceases. The soul, which to reptile had been changed, along the valley hissing takes to flight, and after him the other speaking sputters. Then did he turn upon him his new shoulders, and said to the other, I have Busuro run, crawlings as I have done. Along this road, in this way, I beheld the seventh ballast, shift and reshift, and here be my excuse, the novelty, if aught my pen transgress, and notwithstanding that mine eyes might be somewhat bewildered, and my mind dismayed, they could not flee away so secretly, but that I plainly saw Percuyor Scarpio, and he it was whose soul of three companions which came in the beginning was not changed. The other was he who thou, Gavile, weepest. Rejoice, O Florence, since thou art so great, that over sea and land thou beatest thy wings, and throughout hell thy name is spread abroad. Among the thieves 5 citizens of thine like these I found, when shame comes unto me, and thou thereby to no great honor risest. But if when morn is near our dreams are true, feel shalt thou in a little time from now what Prato, if none other craves for thee. If it were now were, it were not too soon. Would that it were, seeing it needs must be, for 'twill grieve me more the more I age. We went our way, and up along the states the Bournes had made us to descend before. Remounted my conductor and drew me, and following his solitary path among the rocks and ridges of the crag, the foot without the hand sped not at all, then sorrowed I, and sorrow now again, when I direct my mind to what I saw, and more my genius curb than I am wont, that it may run not unless virtue guide it, so that if some good star or better thing have given me good, I may myself not grudge it, as many as the hind, who on the hill rests at the time when he who lights the world, his countenance keeps least concealed from us, while as the fly gives place unto the gnat. Seeth the glowworms down along the valley, perchance there where he ploughs and makes his vintage with flames manifold resplendent. All was the eighth Bolorgia, as I grew aware, as soon as I was where the depth appeared, and such as he who with the bears avenged him beheld Elijah's chariot at departing, what time the steeds to heaven erect uprose, for with his eye he could not follow it, so as to see aught else than flame alone, even as a little cloud ascending upward. Thus each along the gorge of the enchantment was moving, not for one reveals the theft, and every flame a sinner steals away. I stood upon the bridge uprisen to seen, so that if I had seized not on a rock, down I had fallen without being pushed. And the leader who beheld me so attent exclaimed, within the fires are the spirits are. Each swathes himself that are wherewith he burns. My master, I replied, by hearing thee I am more sure, but I surmised already it might be so, and already wished to ask thee who is within that fire, which comes so cleft at top it seems uprising from the pyre, whereas was Etelosus with his brother placed. He answered me, within there are tormented Ulysses and Diomed, and thus together they unto vengeance run as unto wrath, and there within their flame do they lament the ambush of the horse, which made the door, whereas issued forth the Romans' gentle seed. Therein is wept the craft, for which being dead, Diotarmia still deplores Achilles, and pain for the Palladium there is born. If they within those sparks possess the power to speak, I said, thee, master, much I pray and repray, that the prayer be worth 1,000, that thou make no denial of awaiting until the horned flame shall hither come. Thou seest that with desire I lean towards it, and he to me. Worthy is thy entreaty of much applause, and wherefore I accept it. But take heed that thy tongue restrain itself. Leave me to speak, because I have conceived that which thou wishest, for thy might disdained, perchance, since thy were Greeks, discourse of thine, when now the flame had come unto the point where to my leader it seemed time and place, after this fashion did I hear him speak, or ye who are twofold within one fire, if I deserved of you while I was living, if I deserved of you, or much or little, when in the world I wrote the lofty verses, do not move on, but one of your declare whither, being lost, he went away to die. Then of the antique flame the greater horn murmuring began to wave itself about, even as a flame doth which the wind fatigues. Thereafterward the summit to and fro, moving as if it were the tongue that spake. It uttered forth a voice and said, when I from Circe had departed, who concealed me more than a year there near unto Gerta, or ever yet Ernez named it so, nor fondness for my son, nor reverence for my old father, nor the due affection which joyous should have made Penelope, could overcome within me the desire I had to be experienced of the world and of the vice and virtue of mankind. But I put forth on the high open sea with one sole ship, that the small company by which I never had deserted been. Both of the shores I saw as far as Spain, far as Morocco, and the Isle of Sardes, and the others which that sea bathes round about. I and my company were old and slow when at that narrow passage we arrived, where Hercules was his landmarks set as signals that man no further onward should adventure. On the right hand behind me left I Seville, and on the other already had left Ceuta. O brothers who admit 100,000 pearls, I said, I have come unto the west to this so inconsiderable vigil, which is remaining of your senses still. Be ye unwilling to deny the knowledge following the sun of the unpeopled world. Consider ye the seed from which ye sprang. Ye were not made to live like unto brutes, but for pursuit of virtue and of knowledge. So eager did I render my companions with this brief exhortation for the voyage, that within, I hardly could have held them back. And having turned our stern unto the morning, we of the oars made wings for our mad flight, evermore gaining on the labored side. Already all the stars of the other pole the night beheld, and others so very low, it did not rise above the ocean floor. 5 times rekindled, and as many quenched, had been the splendor underneath the moon, since we had entered into the deep pass, when there appeared to us a mountain, dim from distance, and it seemed to me so high as I had never any one beheld. Joyful were we, and soon it turned to weeping. For out of the new land a whirlwind rose, and smote upon the forepart of the ship. 3 times it made a whirl to with all the waters. At the fourth time it made the stern uplift, and the prow downward go. So pleased another, until the sea above us closed again. That was the Inferno, Dante's Inferno. Got a good portion for tomorrow, and that'll close up, that'll finish out the book. Do some cards here. Boom. Got the Divine Guardian. I could maybe. Well, Divine Guardian, the protection of the winged mother. You are now venturing through a time of significant spiritual growth and healing. There are many changes occurring internally, and they will be reflected in your external world soon also. You're protected during these times by the love and strength of the winged mother, Lady Allset. You can relax and allow your transformation to happen. Let your divine guardian protect you now as you learn to let go and trust in your own unfoldment for the greatest good. There are some things that we covered earlier that was really expressing the idea and the reality of protection through divine justice, divine law and order, and transformation from one state of being to another, from one from one conscious way of living day to day to another, such as following what a person tells you to do every day versus being guided by your intuition within and knowing that that is the guidance to follow. In that state of transformation, I don't I don't want to put I, I'm going to use the word I did yesterday. It's confidence. It's confidence in the energies that you're connecting with, the very energies inside of yourself, not an external deity, not an external God or source, but you are going within and activating energies within your body. And as you're doing this, the different chakra centers, the transformation happens on the outside. The transformation happens in everybody, maybe not everybody, but the majority of individuals are going to see that you're on the path that you're on, whether they understand it or not, they're going to see it. And they do not have the confidence in their God. They don't have confidence in their creator. They don't have confidence in themselves. So seeing someone walk in a different path that can't touch them, they can only sling words. Because when it comes down to them wanting, I'm getting real here. I'm getting real here. When it comes to them wanting to do physical violence to you, literally, the spirit with their soul within their flesh will not allow them to act upon it. Oh, their mouth can run all day. But truly, once you are divinely connected, if one is truly going through the process, if they have been through the shamanic process, if these things are through your own memories and recollections and events, facts, and this is something you have developed, and this is a connection you have, and this is the path you are following, they cannot touch you. They cannot physically harm you. Can't do it. I mean, if you want to, you can go back to the story of Job. What did God tell the devil? Well, you can do pretty much anything, but don't take their life. Can't do that. So that means I'm unkillable. Human parameters, flesh is flesh. It gets poked, it bleeds. Don't get me wrong. But the soul, the spirit. And so as you're going through this transformation, have confidence and believe that the mysteries being unveiled unto your mind, that you're living in somebody's words or comments, they're trying to define, they're trying to reason and make sense of, in a metaphorical sense, a caterpillar going into a milky goo and coming out a butterfly with wings. Beautiful as anything else, more beautiful. It's a process people could use all sorts of words to describe, but they can't actually do it. And in their very observation of us, in their own twixt of conscious conflict, they actually get put upon the shamanic path. That literally initiates them onto the shamanic path. Whether they travel with that to the end or not, because their mind is working. Anyways, what I'm getting at, what I was focused on, was that through this state of transformation, have confidence that as you're expressing love and goodness and walking away from hostilities and badness, that they can't attack you, they can't harm you. It's like It's not a vibration that we are. And that protection is real. And it really does. Living in that world in your mind, you'll wind up meeting people who actually care. It'll go against the rhetoric that you see online, on media, on these channels, on whatever the case. People are generally not just trying to hurt somebody. They not trying to go out of their way to help people that much either. Some are, but generally speaking, people are more observant. Um, and as far as I found, they're very kind. What do you want? So, I got a couple of emails yesterday, which was nice to hear and get some feedback. And one thing I really appreciated was that somebody had asked a question and had answered it, and they were real appreciative of that feedback. Or they were real appreciative of the information. So, is there anybody out there watching that has a question or something along their journey that perhaps I could answer, or whatever the case? I'd be happy to. You know, a lot of times we just get a bunch of comments from people who are, I don't know. Hmm. Kurt Wagner, what have I learned so far, and why am I following this path? I'm following this path specifically because my mom, I'm going back about 13 years here. My mom, she's like my best friend, and I was married. I had two daughters, and my mom had passed away. My mom, she worried every day of her life. She worried and worried and worried about everything, bills and everything else. And so, like, I'm just in an environment. If all the energy is this way, then I'm gonna be that way. I'm just the My energy is like I just want to balance stuff, and that's the truth. And and so I was completely laid back, completely chilled, like I ain't into all them, I ain't into all them, substances and stuff like that. I'm not, but I do enjoy the, the Mary Jane, most definitely. And so I searched that out early on in my life at a certain point when I was going through some tough times, and and it helped me meditate. It helped me get to a point to where I could just not care about anything, and well, not anything that was disturbing me, that was causing problems to me. I was happy. It made me happy, and I met some other people that helped me learn how to meditate, how to really go within. But they didn't teach me in any kind of um,
traditional sense, you would say. It wasn't like set up ceremony wise or anything like that, or just hanging out. And I just some kind of learned to do naturally, and I found that that state was my zen, my happy. My mom passed away. We're moving forward. My mom winds up passing away. I was a Jehovah's Witness back then, so I got booted out of the. I didn't get kicked out, but I left the religion, which all my family was in pretty much. So all my friends and family from childhood growing up were now like no longer talking to me. And my dad literally said to my face that sober as can be, he said, "I don't want a son." Wow. Well, that answers all my depression. I don't need weed anymore for being sad or depressed. I can understand why he wasn't there. That's why he didn't show up. That's why he didn't help me get glad. Blah, 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 blah. So, as hard as that hit, it also took away all my depression because now I knew why. That was why I was depressed because I didn't know why. And then my wife pretty much boots me out, so she doesn't want me in her life or the kids' life anymore. And I was pretty crappy Jehovah's Witness. Just yeah, as a person, just any old person. Anyways, religion didn't help me. Well, it did. Anyways, I won't go into detail. I'll just that's its own basket. And so I was booted out of that. Um, and I went on my path of listening to people and hearing other people's stories. And then out in the world, as it was, like religion was the nest. And then, like, I got pushed out the nest. I kind of jumped out myself, pushed out, jumped out, whatever. And out in the world. And I was shown more love than I'd ever been shown before. It was in a very pure way. And I learned from many different people. And I'm an individual who constantly will, if I find something good, something worthwhile, let's say something good from religion, then I'm going to look at it, I'm going to evaluate it, and I'm going to say, well, this portion is good, this portion is good, but all that other stuff that's actually causing problems. I'm going to get rid of all the bad stuff. I'm going to keep those little two aspects of the good. And that's what I do in life everywhere I go. Everywhere I go. I'm going to pluck out the good, I'll leave the bad. I'm not going to fight with the bad. That's not my job. I'm discovering, I'm adding, I'm learning. I'm a collage of everything I've ever learned that I appreciate, that I value. And so my journey, this path is at 2020. That all, losing the wife, religion, all that was back in like 2012. And to 2020, that's when I found the Divine Mother, Egyptian Divine Mother, Kenemetonket, the water of life, is what that translates into, all set or Eset. Um, and I was like, because like there's Divine Father, there's God, there's Pop. But then I found out about like Mom. Wait a second. There's a mom out. There's a divine mother too. It's like this makes sense. Mom, dad, kiddo. So I went looking, and looking, and a lot of people and a lot of religions and a lot of systems, they are dedicated. And that dedication is preservation. And that's why I appreciate those structures as they are, and I love them for what they are, for how they are, for what they do, and how they don't allow much change. Because if they allowed the change, then I would have never got the instruction I needed. They would have developed into something else. But I was able to go here and see how that operated 3,000 years ago, and I was able to go here and see how they were operating 200 years ago, and on and on and on, because these communities exist and they preserve the history of what we all come from. Every single one of us. You got blood, I got blood, we bleed, we bleed. Guess what? You got white around your eyes. Me too. I got pink under my fingernails. Do. I bet the bottom of your feet are something close to that color. Go ahead and pick up the bottom of your feet. Our color's the same too. I don't care what color your whole body predominantly is. We all the same. That's what I'm getting at. We the same. And so in my expression in my life in this path, it's literally like being a walking flag, a walking announcement, a walking banner of this is what love looks like. My Lord Jesus Christ, King, right? He said, you will know my brothers, you will know them by the love they show amongst themselves. How much more powerful is it to show love to your enemy? To actually send them blessings and wish good for them, to learn from them, and to pass on their memories unto people who never learned or knew or would have the chance to meet their culture, their people, their ways of life that are beautiful. So I stay dedicated on this path. My heart is pretty fixed on love, and I follow love and goodness, and it's about as much as on that answer. Chapter 12 in the Matunatar, the means of realizing spiritual growth, the principles of meditation. In previous informations, we've learned that the goal of initiation is the liberation of the self by raising consciousness from below the faculty of the sixth sphere, that of division of the spirit, to the highest part of being, the development and right use of the personal will, and the raising of the spiritual force to the level of being to affect physical phenomena. Meditation is a catchword for the set of practices to the realization of these ends. In the past two chapters, we saw that spiritual development aims at allowing the indwelling intelligence that directs our involuntary mental and physiological functions to extend its sphere of operation to the social events in our lives. The benefits to our lives can be appreciated when we consider the omniscience that the indwelling intelligence shows that it possesses in its handling of the infinite complexity of our physiological processes. What then can we expect from its handling of the affairs of our lives, which are simpler? The comprehension of the process of meditation and ritual as means of extending the operation of the indwelling intelligence to the external part of our lives depends on a clear understanding of the fundamental components of man's being. We are all aware of the fact that the major part of our physiological and mental processes occur independently of our will. This automaton or spirit or life force, which has been mislabeled the subconscious mind, provides the matrices or molds or programs that guide the physical functions of our bodies and events in the world. It is important to realize that this principle is not conscious, nor does it initiate or program its activities. Its direction and programming are the property of the indwelling intelligence. Health, success, and happiness are the results of the direction of the life force by the true self, which bases its functions on divine cosmogonical law. Unfortunately, the spirit is also receptive to man's will, which is, as we know, nowhere as wise or capable as the indwelling intelligence. It is also receptive to the ideas we assimilate and to the impressions streaming in from our bloodstream and the external environment, as the influence that these agents exert upon the spirit are not ordered by laws as it is with the indwelling intelligence. Their influences, if unchecked, create illness, unhappiness, and failure. The second major component of our being is the inner intelligence and source of consciousness. It is Al-Sar, the first sphere, our self, which from here on will at times be referred to as our true self, although redundant. The third major component of our being is the outer intelligence and focal point of externalized consciousness. It is Hiru, the sixth sphere, our will, that is in charge of our voluntary mental and physical actions. It is the external point where the consciousness grasps or perceives and manipulates objective reality. The fourth major component of our being is the faculty that houses the spiritual matrices that govern the conception of the events of the physical body and environment. This is all set, the ninth sphere. This is the one of the reasons why she is called the mother of all living things. Now, there's the stages in the process of meditation, and we have seen that if the self, the indwelling intelligence, is unobstructed, it will maintain the physical organism in good health and extends its functions to running the social aspects of our lives as well. The first source of interference to it comes from the failure to regulate the emotional and sensual activities of the animal part of the spirit. The second source of the interference originates from our will when it is directed by our earthly education as opposed to our inner intelligence. These interferences, which cause physical and social disharmony, are symbolized in the Alsarian, Metaphorian, and usurpation of the kingdom by Set, and the stalemate or the failure of Hiru's battle with Sets, respectively. The essence of meditation and ritual then lies in the harmonization of the will with the inner intelligence. This is symbolized as Alsar and Alset giving birth to Hiru, and the latter directed to victory by Tahuti, and the mouthpiece of Alsar. The function of the will, therefore, is to check the influences of the lowest parts of the spirit, to enable the self to direct the spirit according to the cosmogonical, the divine law, and order of Tehuti and Mahat. In the process of meditation, thus far we have been speaking of an indwelling intelligence that is in charge of directing all of the involuntary mental and physiological functions. We have been saying that it is our true self, and you may have been wondering quite correctly why then you have not been able to sense or to feel or to be conscious in the same form of the existence of the intelligence. The answer is a simple one. Consciousness resembles a stream of light in that it has a source of origin, inner, a path of propagation, and a point where it makes contact with and grasps with objects of perception. In our habitual mode of consciousness, whether we are dreaming or are awake, our consciousness is mostly focused at the point of contact with the objects of perception. You will recall, however, that there are times when, as a result of being so absorbed in your thoughts, you find that your awareness of yourself, your surroundings, and your thoughts are just returning to you from a moment in which you are at a loss for where you were thinking about. Some people call this being spaced out or absent minded or so on. What has really taken place? At such moments, the focal point of consciousness has been withdrawn from the external point where it grasps objects, and it has been returned to its source within our being. Because of the immateriality of the self and the manner in which the consciousness was withdrawn to it during such spontaneous occurrences, it is not possible to experience the indwelling intelligence. The result is that we are only conscious of forms that consciousness perceives, and not of the source of consciousness, that which is consciousness itself. The ultimate and highest aim of meditation is therefore the withdrawal of the focus of consciousness from the objects of perception, the goal of consciousness, and its return to its source. When this is realized, we have no consciousness of objects, our thoughts or feelings, from body and the environment. We're freed from the objects of consciousness. We are conscious only of being conscious. It is then that we are able to sense, to feel, or experience our inner true self. We will have much to say about this. We must first examine all of the possible manners in which consciousness can be altered. Now, we have the normal waking state, which is characterized by the tendency of the will to impose itself over the mental functions in its command over the voluntary physical functions. In this state, the will is primarily engaged in determining what ideas should be associated according to the sense of logic and the reference to the person's belief system, and what actions are to be allowed in the person's life. The normal dreaming state is characterized by the dormancy of the will, which gives the spirit full control over the body and thought associations. The spirit's activities are, of course, determined by its programs, the condition of the blood, environmental influences, and so forth. In both states, the normal waking and dreaming, the focus of consciousness is located in the external lower part of the being. A very important characteristic that they both share is their distractibility, or the shortness of the concentration span. The inability to keep the attention on one object or train of thought for very long during normal waking and dreaming is very well known. Mediumistic or hypnotic trance, a state of meditation, is very much like the normal dream state, with the fundamental difference that consciousness is fully undistracted. It becomes totally focused on an object or stream of thoughts. Now, this hyper concentrated state of the focus of consciousness is the key to impressing upon the spirit the programs that will determine its activities. For example, a thought to heal ourselves expressed in the normal waking or dream states will fail simply because it was not held long enough in the sphere of awareness. In the mediumistic trance, it can be held long enough to be strongly impressed upon the spirit. Now, there are, of course, other variables to this procedure which will be considered in the later chapters on meditation, as will is the dormant, the contents. As the will is dormant, the contents of the awareness and the behavior of the person are directed by the spirit's program or by whatever else is influencing its activities. The environmental forces, contents of the blood, on and on and on. The full concentration of the focus of consciousness on a personality archetype or a fragment or a personality type is known as possession, as the behavior of the person takes on the full characteristics of the elements of the personality in question. Because the spirit, not the will, is directing the person's voluntary physical vehicle during the state. Possessed individuals experience either a diminution or enhancement of their physical capabilities. Its full concentration on an idea, virtue, which in turn directs its activities, is called an obsession. This form of at one ment atonement of our focus of consciousness with objects of perception is called in the yogic system samprajnata, samadhi, samadhi, full concentration, samprajnata, the object of consciousness. Although it is very powerful and useful, it does not it does not confer wisdom and self-knowledge. And when not directed by wise teachers, it can lead to deep spiritual bondage. In fact, it is the mechanism that binds us as the one self to one of the seven personality types. Although we are all the same one self, we are each born in samprashnarta samarthi, possessed by one of the seven personality types modified by individuated physical circumstances. The waking trance is a state of inner hyperwakefulness and it exhibits two modalities. The first of these is similar to the normal waking state, with the differences that its degree of wakefulness is greater. It is confined to the mental sphere. The meditator's physical body is partially or fully asleep, and the focus of consciousness is fully concentrated on its objective. In the second of these modalities, the focus of consciousness is withdrawn from the objects of consciousness and returned to the source of consciousness, the indwelling intelligence. Here, the self, which is immaterial, beholds itself. Consciousness grasps consciousness. The yogic tradition calls it asamprajnarta samadhi, at one-ment of the focus of consciousness, samadhi without objects in the sphere of awareness. In his Yoga Sutras, Patanjali defines yoga as follows: Yoga, union, is attained from the inhibition of the mental energy or matter, sira. Then the seer is clothed in his essential nature, the things that are united, yoked, yoga. A question that has plagued yogis for the longest are the focus of consciousness and the source of consciousness. The inhibition of the mental energy or matter, the sita, is attained by the deactivation of the will, ignoring of thoughts, letting them come and go without expressing interest in them or directing them. When this happens during the sphere of awareness becomes free of thoughts, allowing the consciousness to sense that which is conscious. When this happens during the normal waking or dream states, it leads to the non REM, the non rapid eye movement state. And this is why we do not achieve consciousness or self when we space out or enter into non REM during sleep. It must be clear to the reader that our dreaming and non REM experience are not confined to sleeping. In fact, the thought drift activity that we experience during the waking state is in reality a different degree of the dream activity during sleep. The key, therefore, to attaining to the point of experiencing or feeling ourself as the indwelling intelligence, as that which is conscious, depends on the full awakening of ourselves and the inhibition of the will's function of grasping and directing thoughts. This is the theme, incidentally, of the oldest religious text in the world, the Partem Hiru, coming forth by day, awakened, which is known incorrectly as the Egyptian Book of the Dead. This latter name originated from grave robbers who first discovered copies of it buried with the deceased. The components of meditation. Now, since the essential objectives of meditation, the raising of consciousness and the supporting of the will, depend on the raising of spiritual power, there are certain health principles that must be observed before undertaking a course of meditation. These aim at the life force, the Ra, the Kundalini, the purifying its channels, equilibrating its modalities, and nourishing it and optimizing the body's abilities to relax. Tension impedes meditation by blocking the flow of Ra, of life force. These involve special dietary observances, yogic exercises, breathing practices, living in harmony with the cycles of the body, and so on. The principle involved is no different from the preparation of an athletic contest. The first set of meditations in the ninth sphere involves going into a mediumistic trance with the objective of identifying with all Sor, for it is only through this action that we can lay the foundation for transcending our conditionings. We have already seen the importance of this procedure. The second set of meditations, the eighth sphere, involves going into mediumistic trance with the beliefs that are to replace those incorrect beliefs that may block the way to achieving our goal. It is here that we open the way to allow the indwelling intelligence to extend its functions beyond the internal mental and physiological functions to the social aspects of our lives. The third set of meditations, seventh sphere, involves going to mediumistic trance with the image of our person as the deity governing the situation, achieving and enjoying the goal that we are seeking. The fourth set of meditations in the sixth sphere aims at going into waking trance in order to oppose the conditionings that are opposed to the goal that we are seeking to achieve. We may find it necessary to repeat the first set of meditations once more again. For this reason, this reason will be given later. The fifth set of meditations in the fifth sphere aims at going into waking trance to protect one's goals from outside obstructions. This is achieved by making a commitment to achieving one's goal without transgressions against others, or by being willing to face the consequences amongst our peers if this has been done. The sixth set of meditations in the fourth sphere aims at going into waking trance with the commitments to share the fruits of our accomplishments with others, regardless of our differences from them, and to maintain optimism in the face of setbacks and difficulties. It is here that the mundane goal is achieved, as it is said, "It was done in 6 days, and on the seventh he rested." But in reality, it is not time to rest. During the first set of meditations, we invoke the spiritual powers for the sake of our mundane objectives. It is now time to realize that the demands of earthly life exist for the sake of forcing man to develop his spiritual powers. The seventh set of meditations, Sphere 3, aims at developing our spiritual power to the highest level that we are capable. The eighth set of meditations, the second sphere, aims at intuiting the true significance of the mundane objective that we achieved at the sixth stage. The ninth set of meditations, the first sphere, aims at fusing the realizations of the past meditations into the realization of ourself as Asar. The 10th set of meditations, Sphere 0, above the tree, aims at realizing that the success of the meditation fundamentally involving manipulations of our spirit is due to the fact that our spirit is essentially unconditioned to know things. These 10 components of a meditation are the substance of the traditional Kabbalistical statement to the effect that all 10 spheres must contribute to all our undertakings in order for them to be of the spiritual significance to us. Now, the importance of trance. We've seen that trance is an essential component of spiritual transcendence. The possession of the ability to go into trance at will and to function in the state is a skill that all people must possess. Many people are now experimenting with so called techniques of accelerated learning, which, when understood, are all based on the induction of a mild state of trance. They have been discovered that by studying in a mild state of trance, learning can be sped up to 2 to 50 times. The political, economic, and military significance of this has not been lost to many nations that are secretly funding the development of these educational techniques. Imagine turning out a 20-year-old PhD in the most advanced concepts of nuclear physics, who at 30 would have the education and experience of a 60-year-old. Incidentally, it was through the use of such super or accelerated learning techniques and more that enabled the ancient nations to forge in civilization way ahead of the Western and Eastern nations. The studious reader or listener would have noticed that the segregated functions of the left side of the brain correspond to spheres 2, 5, and 8, while the integrative functions of the right side of the brain correspond to spheres 3, 4, and 7. Spheres 9 unifies 7 and 8, 6 unifies 4 and 5, and 1 unifies 2 and 3. The sixth sphere also unifies all spheres of the tree of life. Of greatest importance to us at this point is the fact that while the left hemisphere of the brain is more concerned with the extroversion of consciousness, the right hemisphere is the introverter. Meditation, which is a process of introversion, relies heavily then on things that stimulate the right hemisphere to greater activity and deactivate the left hemisphere. This is achieved by concentrating on images and sensations which are possessed by the right side of the brain, while engaging the left side with the chanting of words of power. Since the left side of the chant, since the left side of the brain deals with verbal thinking, it can be deactivated by engaging it with words of power, because the latter lack meaning. They are power holders and not message holders. Repeating the word prevents the process of verbal thinking, which depends on the stringing together of different words. In addition to this, the word of power contributes to the realization of the meditation objective. The failure to understand this principle has been the cause for one of the greatest stigmas placed upon people for thousands of years. The use of images in thinking and meditating in order to exalt the functions of the right side of the brain and thus introvert consciousness to bring about trance is the basis of the religious use of idols and hieroglyphs. It is the reason Karmit, ancient Egypt, never abandoned the use of hieroglyphs for its religious and literary writings, while all of its civil records, inventories, bills, contracts, and so forth were written in phonetic script, hieratic and demetic. The well-known concept that a picture is worth 1,000 words is an allusion to the synthetical power of pictorial symbols. It is because of this that the Kemetic initiates called the hieroglyphic script the Sheshmetut Netar, the sacred writing. Its sacredness is due to its use in meditation and ritual. If, for example, I want to heal myself through meditation instead of going into trance with a thought such of as I am Asar, the power to heal myself, I can chant the Hekal of Asar, Ong, Aung, which symbolizes well-being and happiness. The string of meaningful words in the first example stimulates the left side of the brain, which by its very nature fights the internalization of consciousness. In the latter example, the right side of the brain is stimulated, therefore taking consciousness into the deeper recesses of consciousness, wherein reside the shaping forces of our behavior and psychophysiological functions. The special use of the hieroglyphs has escaped all Egyptologists who have treated hieroglyphs in the only way that the limited understanding has allowed them to do so. Westerners who cannot help interpreting the Kemetic hieroglyphic script on the basis of their use of language can do no better than to make the racist claim that it represents a primitive form of writing. The hieroglyphic script is made up of one, a set of alphabetical symbols representing vowels and consonants. Two, a set of non-alphabetical symbols that have been all lumped indiscriminately into a class Egyptologists call determinatives. Some indicate that the word represents a deity or others a person, and so on. While some of these symbols clearly function in this capacity, many of them are parts of what can be called the Kemetic right side of the brain symbol set. With the use of these symbols, which I have compiled and explained in Appendix A, all ideas reserved at the back of this book here, I'll share that. All ideas that can be put into words for meditation purposes can instead be expressed pictorially, acted out in spirit. Not only does this facilitate meditation, it eventually helps to unify the thinking of the initiate by providing them with a wealth of synthetical symbols for the use of their fourth sphere faculty. In these symbols, they can these images or anything in your life, in all reality, it's everything we see, it's everything that we interact with. You can choose whatever it is you're drawn to, or whatever connection you have with your faith, in your own personal journey. It doesn't have to be Egyptian specifically. Anyways, moving forward. The esoteric or symbolic function of hieroglyphs is under the dominion of the goddess of wisdom, Sheshat, also known as Septkit or Booth, related to the seven liberal arts, a female aspect of Tahuti. Tyros in the Kemetic esotericism will be able to see the connection to magic. Yeah, we read those. Meditation is something I learned throughout my years. It's like being able practicing at home, and then you're able to do it out in the world, out when things are. It becomes a way of life, and then you, as I've done it over the years, it just becomes life, and it's like building the engine of the car, and then it's you finally got to turn that sucker on. Thing can be turned on anytime. All you gotta do is turn the key. You don't do all you need to do all the building work. You don't need to bring out the wrench and all of those things. You don't need to go get a fresh thing of oil. Not unless you're doing the change, but not on a daily basis. You don't need to do anything on it. I mean, maintain it, respect it, be proper with the vehicle. Um, uh, and that's really what meditation, being able to activate both portions of the brain, the left hand side, the right hand side, and actually unifying those two different portions of the brain. And that's what allows us to really connect and activate those areas within ourselves to see beyond the um, division that others are confronted with. And when people have to choose a side, then they can't understand what the other side is going through. So they have to choose one side. But as we've been discussing, as we've been journeying through, to be able to see and understand both sides need is explanation. Hey, both sides need help. That book that I was just reading from is the Matunatar, the great oracle of Tahuti and the Egyptian system of spiritual cultivation. There's different volumes. This is the first volume, volume one. Um, I read a lot of other books, and I could tell that they were like leaving stuff out. They were leaving certain sets of information out. And this particular book, it opened up everything. It really explained where other books left information out, like one aspect like this is just talking about, okay, so I read over this from that book earlier today, and there's 50 there's 50 words of power. And these words of power can literally change, can help you bring energy out from the inside to be your actual personality type. So naturally, somebody's normally timid, but by the correct meditation process, this timid individual could actually become rather courageous. They could become the bold individual. And our left side of the brain is one sort, the right side of the brain is another sort. And so like what it was expressing was indulging in visual stimulation and then utilizing one of the 50 words of power. And so the mind is doing one thing here, the words are doing something else, something over here, while being in a stopped progress to where it's actually not thinking about anything. You're actually not consciously thinking about anything. Like everything's just happening on the subconscious level. In that process, and then add in the emotion, add in the energy from within, an emotional arousal, and that's where you can actually create your future. That's what I've learned. And anyways, this book's excellent at sharing just exactly that. Mm. How about we finish out Dante's Inferno? Not too many pages left. That's enough. Yeah. Transmuting energy. Transmuting energy. So normally people want one thing, but they usually get another. And I have learned in my pursuit of love that I already have what I want. Other people are seeking, other people are still wanting. It's the hole in our heart that exists within every single person. Whatever faith you believe in, I think they all do. Not that I think they all can lead to divine to divinity. It's the heart of the seeker that determines whether they can reach whom they seek or whether they get lost upon their journey. That hole doesn't exist in my heart anymore. And the Divine Mother and the Divine Father, divinity and connection, to know that one is not alone, changes the experience. It changes the heart and it changes everything that winds up occurring in in my own life, completely personalizing it here. It's given me a different experience. I get to choose what I let into my heart, and I don't have to be stuck to anything that's just directed. It's hard to do that in the beginning because I do believe naturally within we want to help people, we want to do good. All the bumps in the road and the things happen in life, and people can change for the worse or they can pursue the better. And we're hit with life, and that happens. But I believe in a world, I believe in a future in which there is no more hate or misdirected judgment. That people don't need a mirror of another person to get some sight in their life of their own life. There's one story I read once, and it was talking about they were in heaven, and there's this man carrying this huge timber, very long timber, and on Earth it was a splinter in the man's eye, just a splinter on Earth, but in heaven it was this huge log the dude was carrying on his shoulder. And things are different. Things. The world and humanity, we've needed mirrors. In my past relationships, in realizing things, I've needed a mirror on the outside of me. Be a song, a TV show, a movie, a personal experience I wound up going through I didn't necessarily want. But that reflection and that view allowed me to see who I am, and that gave myself clarity to where I valued how those around me see and how they. So I pursue good every day, and I believe I believe in a better future. I don't know exactly how it could all be all put together, but I certainly do got some good energy and love, and I keep moving forward every day. And I want to say thank you to all those out there that that have that are inspired that do listen, that may not comment, may not shoot an email or whatever the case, but uh, but you're there in spirit, you're there in heart, and the inspiration, that energy is repre- it goes round, definitely goes round. I'm looking for that other word, but it really goes round, and I that's in that good deep meditation we were talking about earlier. Like that energy is always felt, no matter what life is happening. Well, on that, let's jump back to the book, shall we? Already was the flame erect and quiet to speak no more, and now departed from us with the permission of the gentle poet, when yet another which behind it came caused us to turn our eyes upon its top, by a confused sound that issued from it, as the Sicilian bull that bellowed first with the lament of him, and that was right, who was his file had modulated it, bellowed so with the voice of the afflicted, notwithstanding it was made of brass, still it appeared with agony transfixed. Thus, by not having any way or issue at first from out of the fire to its own language, converted were the melancholy words. But afterwards, when they had gathered way up through the point, giving it that vibration the tongue had given them in their passage out, we heard it said, O thou art whom I am, my voice, and who but now was speaking Lombard, saying, Now go thy way, no more I urge thee, because I come perchance a little late. To stay and speak with me, let it not irk thee. Thou seest it irks me not, and I am burning. If thou but lately into this blind world hast fallen down from that sweet Latvian land, wherefrom I bring the whole of my transgression. Say, have the Romagnoli peace or war? For I was from the mountains there between Urbino and the yoke whence Tiber bursts. I still was downward bent and listening, when my conductor touched me on the side, saying, Speak thou, this one a Lerton is. And I, who had beforehand my reply in readiness, forthwith began to speak. O soul that down below there art concealed, Romagna, thine is not and never has been, without war in the bosom of its tyrants, but open war I none have left there now. Ravenna stands as it long years hath stood, the eagle of Polenta there is brooding, so that she covers Carvier with her vans, the city which once made the long resistance, and of the French a sanguinary heap. Beneath the green poles finds itself again Varocherno's ancient mastiff and the new, who made such bad disposal of Martagna, where they are wont to make wimbles of their teeth. The cities of Lamone and Santerno governs the lionessel of the white layer, who changes sides twixt summer time and winter, and that of which of the Savino bathes the flank, even as it lies between the plain and mountain, lives between tyranny and a free spirit. Now I entreat thee, tell us who thou art. Be not more stubborn than the rest have been, so may thy name hold front there in the world. After the fire a little more had roared, in its own fashion the sharp point it moved, this way and that, and then gave forth such breath. If I believed that my reply were made to one who to the world should woe ever return, this flame without more flickering should stand still, but inasmuch as never from the depth did any one return. If I hear true, without the fear of infamy, I answer, I was a man of arms, then Cordillera, believing thus begirt to make amends, and truly my belief had been fulfilled, but for the high priest whom my ill betide, who put me back into my former sins, and how and wherefore I will have thee hear. While I was still in the form of bone and pulp, my mother gave to me, the deeds I did were not of those of a lion, but a fox. The machinations and the covert ways, I knew them all and practiced so their craft, that to the ends of earth the sound went forth. When now unto that portion of mine age I saw myself arrived, when each one ought to lower the sails and coil away the ropes, that which before had pleased me then displeased me, and penitent and confessing I surrendered. Ah, woe is me, and it would have bestead me. The leader of the modern Pharisees have a war near unto Lateran, not with Saracens, nor with Jews, for each one of his enemies was Christian, and none of them had been to conquer Acre, nor the merchandising in the Sultan's land, nor the high office, nor the sacred orders in him regarded, nor in me that cord which used to make those girt with it more meagre. But even as the Constantine sought out Sylvester to cure his leprosy within Sorate, so this one sought me out as an adept to cure him of the fever of his pride. Counsel he asked me, and I was silent, because his words appeared inebriate. And then he said, Be not thy heart afraid, henceforth I thee absolve, and thou instruct me how to raise Palestrina to the ground. Heaven have I power to lock and to unlock, as thou dost know, therefore the keys are two, the which my predecessor held not dear, then urged me on this weighty arguments, there where my silence was the worst advice, and said I, Father, since thou washest me of that sin into which I now must fall, the promise long with the fulfillment short will make these triumph in the lofty seat. Francis came afterwards when I was dead for me, but one of the black cherubim said to him, Take him not, and do me no wrong. He must come down among my servitors, because he gave the fraudulent advice, from which time forth have I been at his hair. For who repents not cannot be absolved, nor can one both repent and will at once, because of the contradiction which consents not. O miserable me, how I did shudder when he seized on me, saying, Peradventure, thou didst not think that I was Logican. He bore me unto Minos, who entwined 8 times his tail about his stubborn back, and after he had bitten it in great rage, said, Of the thievish fire a culprit this, wherefore here, where thou seest I am lost, and vested thus in going, I bemoan me. When it had thus completed its recital, the flame departed, uttering lamentations, writhing and flapping its sharp-pointed horn. Onward he passed, both I and my conductor, up over the crag, above another arch, which the moat covers, where is paid the fee by those who, sowing discord, win their burden. Whoever could, even with untrammelled words, tell of the blood of the wounds in full, which now I saw, by many times narrating, each tongue would for a certainty fall short, by reason of our speech and memory, that I have small room to comprehend so much, if were again assembled all that people which formerly upon the fateful land of Puglia were lamenting for their blood shed by the Romans in the lingering war, that of the rings made such illustrious spoils as Livy had recorded, who errs not, those who felt the agony of blows by making counterstand to Robert Guiscard, and all the rest, whose bones are gathered still at Carparno, where the renegade was, each Apular, and at Tarclircozol, where without arms the old Alardor conquered, and one his limb transpierced, and one lopped off, should show it would be nothing to compare with the disgusting mode of the ninth Borgia. A cask by losing centerpiece or cant was never shattered so as I saw one rent from the chin to where one breaketh wind. Between his legs were hanging down his entrails. His heart was visible in the dismal sack that maketh excrement of what is eaten. While I was all absorbed in seeing him, he looked at me and opened with his hands his bosom, saying, "See now how I rend me, how mutilated. See is Mahomet. In front of me doth Ali weeping go, cleft in the face from forelock unto chin, and all the others whom thou here beholdest, sowers of scandal and of schism have been, while living, and therefore are thus cleft asunder. A devil is behind here who doth cleave us thus cruelly unto the falcon's edge, putting again each one of all this realm, when we have gone around the doleful road, by reason that our wounds are closed again ere any one in front of him repass. But who art thou that musest on the crag, perchance to postpone going to the pain that is adjudged upon thine accusations? Nor death has reached him yet, nor guilt doth lead him, my master made reply, to be tormented, but to pronounce him full experience. Me who am dead behooves it to conduct him down here through hell, from circle unto circle, and this is true is that I speak to thee. More than 100 were there when they heard him, who in the moat stood still to look at me, through wonderment oblivious of their torture. Now say to Fra Dolcino then to arm him, thou who perhaps wilt shortly see the sun, if soon he wish not here to follow me, so with provisions that no stress of snow may give the victory to the novice, which otherwise to gain would not be easy. After 1 foot to go away he lifted, this word did Mahomet say unto me. Then to depart unto the ground he stretched it at another one, who had his throat pierced through, and nose cut off close underneath the brows, and who had left him but a single ear, staying to look and wonder with the others, before the other did his gullet open, which outwardly was red in every part, and said, O thou whom guilt doth not condemn, and whom I once saw up in the Latin land, unless too great similitude deceive me, call to remembrance Pier da Mardisnia, if ever thou see again the lovely plain that from Vercelli slopes sub Marcarbo, and make it known to the best to Farno, to Messer Guido and Angelio likewise, that if foreseen here to be not in vain, cast over from their vessel shall they be, and drowned near unto Carolica by the betrayal of a tyrant fell, between the isles of Cyprus and Majorca. Neptune never yet beheld so great a crime, neither of pirates nor Argolic people, that traitor who sees only with one eye, and holds the land, when some one here with me would fain be fasting from the vision of, will make them come unto parley with him, then will do so, that to Forcara's wind they will not stand in need of vow or prayer, and I to him show to me and declare, if thou wouldest have me bear up news of thee, who is this person of the bitter vision? Then did he lay his hand upon the jaw of one of his companions, and his mouth opt, crying, this is he, and he speaks out. This one being banished, every doubt submerged, and Caesar by affirming the forearmed, always with detriment allowed delay. Oh, how bewildered unto me appeared, with tongue asunder in his windpipe slit, Curio, who in speaking was so bold, and one who both his hands dissevered had, the stumps uplifting through the murky air, so that the blood made horrible his face cried out, Thou shalt remember Mosca also, who said, Alas, a thing done has an end, which has an ill seed for the Tuscan people, and death unto thy race thereto, I added, whence he accumulating woe on woe departed like a person sad and crazed. But I remained to look upon the crowd, and saw a thing which I should be afraid, without some further proof, even to recount, if it were not that conscience reassures me, the good companion which emboldens man beneath the hauberk of its feeling pure, I truly saw, and still I seem to see it, a trunk without a head, walk in like manner as walked the others of the mournful herd, and by the hair it held the head dissevered, hung from the hand in fashion of a lantern, that upon his gazed, and said, "O me!" It of itself made of itself a lamp, and they were two in one, and one in two. How that can be, he knows whoso ordains it. When it was come close to the bridge's foot, it lifted high its arm with all its head, to bring more closely unto us its words, which were, Behold, now the sore penalty. Thou who dost breathing go to the dead, beholding, behold, if any be as great as this, and so that thou may carry news for me. Know the Bertram der born am I, the same who gave the young king the evil comfort. I made the father and the son rebellious. Arstophel not more with Absalom, and David did with his accursed goadings, because I parted persons so united. Parted do I now bear my brain, alas, from its beginning, which is in this trunk. Thus is observed in me the counterpiece. The many people and the diverse wounds these eyes of mine had so inebriated, that they were wishful to stand still and weep. But said Virgilius, What dost thou still gaze at? Why is thy sight still reverted down there among the mournful mutilated shades? Thou hast not done so at the other Bourges. Consider if no count them thou believest that 22 miles the valley winds, and now the moon is underneath our feet. Henceforth the time allotted us in brief and more is to be seen than what thou seest. If thou thereupon made answer, hast attended to the calls for which I looked, perhaps a longer stay thou wouldst have pardoned. Meanwhile my guide departed, and behind him I went already, making him reply, and superadding in that cavern where I beheld mine eyes with much attention fixed. I think a spirit of my blood laments the sin which down below there cost so much. Then said the master, Be no longer broken. Thy thought from this time forward upon him. Attend elsewhere, and there let him remain. For him I saw below the little bridge, pointing at thee and threatening with his finger fiercely, and heard him called Geri del Berlo. So holy that that time wast thou impeded by him who formerly held Artaforte. Thou didst not look that way, so he departed. O my conductor, his own violent death, which is not yet avenged for him, I said, by any who is sharer in the shame, made him disdainful whence he went away, as I imagine, without speaking to me, and thereby made me pity him the more. Thus did we speak as far as the first place upon the crag which the next valley shows, down to the bottom, if there were more light, when we were now right over the last cloister of Malaborgia, so that his lay brothers could manifest themselves unto our sight. Divers lamenting pierced me through and through, which with compassion had their arrows barbed, whereat mine ears I covered with my hands. What pain would be, if from the hospitals of Valadicernia twixt July and September, and of Maremma and Sardinia, all the diseases in one mote were gathered, such as it here, and such a stench came forth it as from putrescent limbs it wont to issue. We had descended on the furthest bank from the long crag upon the left hand still, and then more vivid was my power of sight down towards the bottom, where the ministress of the high Lord Justice infallible punishes forgers, which she here records. I do not think a sadder sight to see was in Argenia, the whole people sick. When was the air so full of pestilence? The animals, down to the little worm, all fell, and afterwards the ancient people, according as the poets have affirmed, were from the seed of ants restored again. Then was it to behold through the dark valley the spirits languishing in divers heaps, this on the belly, that upon the back, one of the other lay, and others crawling shifted themselves along the dismal road. We step by step went onward without speech, gazing upon and listening to the sick, who had not strength enough to lift their bodies. I saw two sitting leaned against each other, as leans in heating platter against platter, from head to foot bespotted over with scabs, and never saw I plied a curry comb by a stable boy for whom his master waits, or him who keeps him awake unwillingly, as every one was plying fast the bite of nails upon himself for the great rage of itching which no other succour had. And the nails downward with them dragged the scab, and fashion as a knife the scales of bream, or any other fish that has them largest, O thou that with thy fingers dost dismail thee, began my leader unto one of them, and makest of them pincers now and then. Tell me of any left in this with those who are with it herein. So may thy nails suffice thee to all eternity unto the work. Latinians, where are we, whom thou so wasted seest? Both of us here, one weeping made reply. But who art thou that questionest about us? And said the guide, one am I who descends down with the living man from cliff to cliff, and I intend to show him hell unto him. Then broken was their mutual support, and trembling each one turned himself to me, with others who had heard him by rebound. Wholly to me did the good master gather, saying unto them, whatever thou wishest. And I began, since he would have it so. So many your memory not steal away in the first world from out the minds of men, but so may it survive neath many suns. Say to me who ye are and of what people. Let not foul and loathsome punishment make you afraid to show yourselves to me. I of Arezzo was, and one made reply, and Albert of Serna had me burned. But what I died for does not bring me here. 'Tis true I said to him, speaking in jest, that I could rise by flight into the air, and he who had conceit but little wit would have me show him to that art, and only because no Dadleus I made me be burned by one who held him as his son, but unto the last Borgia of the 10. For alchemy which in the world I practiced, Minos, who cannot err, has me condemned, and to the poet said I, now was ever so vain a people as the Cernés? Not for the certainty, the French by far. Whereat the other leper, who heard me, replied unto my speech, taking our Stigarca, who knew the art of moderate expenses, at Nicolo, who the luxurious use of clothes discovered earliest of all within that garden where such seed takes root, and taking out the band among whom squandered Casia da Ascian his vineyards and vast woods, and were his wit the Abba Galatio proffered. But thou know who thus doth second thee against the sea, and Nanus make sharp thine eye towards me, so that my face well answers thee, and thou shalt see I am Carpocierio's shade, who meddles falsified by alchemy. Thou must remember, if I well describe thee, how I skilful ape of nature was. 'Twas at the time when Juno was enraged for Semele against the Theban blood, as she already more than once had shown. So reft of reason, Atharmus became, that seeing his own wife with children twain, walking encumbered upon either hand, he cried, spread out the nets, that I may take the lioness and her whelps upon the passage, and then extend his unpitying claws, seizing the first, who had the name Lartius, and whirled him round and dashed him on a rock, and she with the other burthen drowned herself, and at the time when fortune downward hurled the Trojans' arrogance, that all things dared, so that the king was with his kingdom crushed, Hercuba sad, disconsolate, and captive, when lifeless she beheld Polexerna and of her Polydorus on the shore of ocean. Was the Dolores one aware? out of her senses like a dog did bark, so much the anguish had her mind distorted. But not of Thebes the Furies nor the Trojan were ever seen in any one so cruel in goading beasts and much more human members as I beheld two shadows pale and naked, who, biting in the manner, ran along that a boar does, when when the sty turned loose. One to Caborcio came, and by the nape seized with its teeth his neck, so that in dragging it made his belly great and solid bottom. And the Artierne, who trembling had remained, said to me, "That mad sprite is Gialarnes Ricci, and ravaging goes, thus harrying other people." "Oh," said I to him, "so may not the others set teeth on thee? Let it not weary thee to tell us who it is, ere it dart hence." And he to me, "That is the ancient ghost of the nefarious Mira, who became beyond all rightful love her father's lover. She came to sin with him after this manner, by counterfeiting of another's form, and as he who goeth yonder undertook that he might gain the lady of the herd, to counterfeit in himself Rebosio Dorante, making a will and giving it due form. And after the two maniacs have passed, on whom I held mine eye, I turned it back to look upon the other evil born. I saw one made in fashion of a lute, if he had only had the groin cut off, just as the point of which a man is forked, the heavy dropsy that so disproportions the limbs with humors which it all concocts, that the face corresponds not to the belly, compelled him so to hold his lips apart the as does the hectic, who because of thirst one towards the chin, the other upward turns. O ye who without any torment are, and why I know not, in the world of woe, he said to us, "Behold, and be attentive unto the misery of Master Adam." And I had while living much of what I wished, and now, alas, a drop of water crave. The rivulets that form the verdante hills of Casentine descend down into Arno, making their channel courses cool and soft. Ever before me stand, and not in vain, for far more doth their image dry me up than the disease which strips my face of flesh. The rigid justice that chastises me draweth occasion from the place in which I sinned. To put the more my sighs in flight, there is Romerna where I counterfeited the currency imprinted with the Baptist, for which I left my body burned above. But if I here could see the tristful soul of Guido or Alessandro, or their brother, for Branda's fount, I would not give the sight. One is within already, if the raving shades that are going round about speak truth. But what avails it me, whose limbs are tied, if I were only still so light that in 100 years I could advance 1 inch? I had already started on the way, seeking him out among this squalid folk, although the circuit be 11 miles, and be not less than half a mile across. For them am I in such a family. They did induce me into coining florins, which had 3 carats of impurity, and I to him who are the two poor wretches that smoke unto a wet hand in winter, lying there close upon the right hand confines. "I found him here," replied he, "when I reined into this chasm, and since they have not turned, nor do I think they will for evermore. One of the false women is who accused Joseph, the other is the false Simeon, Greek of Troy. From acute fever they sent forth such reek, and one of them, who felt himself annoyed at being peradventure named so darkly, smote with the fist upon his hardened paunch. It gave a sound as if it were a drum, and Master Adam smote him with his arm upon his face, that did not seem less hard, saying to him, "Although be taken from me all motion for my members that are heavy, I have an arm unfettered for such need." Whereat he answer made, When thou didst go into the fire, thou hadst it not so ready, but hadst it so and more when thou wast coming. The dropsicle thou sayest true in that, but thou wast not so true a witness there, where thou wast questioned of the truth at Troy. If I spake false, thou falsifiedst the coin, said Simeon, and for one fault I am here, and thou for more than any other demon. Remember perjure about the horse. He made reply who had the swollen belly, and woful be it thee who whole world knows it. Rueful to thee the thirst be wherewith cracks thy tongue, the Greek said, and the putrid water that hedges so thy paunch before thine eyes. Then the false coiner, so is gaping wide the mouth for speaking evil, as 'tis wont, because if I have thirst, and humor stuff me not, thou hast the burning and the head that arches, that aches, and to lick up the mirror of Narcissus, thou wouldst not want words many to invite thee. In listening to them was I wholly fixed. When said the master to me, now just look, for little wants it that I quarrel with thee. When him I heard in anger speak to me, I turned me round towards him with such shame that still it edicts through my memory. And as he who is dreams of his own harm, who dreaming wishes it may be a dream, so that he craves what is as if it were not, such I became, not having power to speak. For to excuse myself I wished, and still excused myself, and did not think I did it, lest shame doth wash away a great fault. The master said, then this is of thine has been. Therefore thyself disburden of all sadness, and make account that I am a beside thee. If ever it come to pass that fortune bring thee where there are people in like dispute, for a base wish it is to wish to hear it. One and the self same tongue first wounded me, so that it tinged the one cheek and the other, and then held out to me the medicine. Thus do I hear that one Achilles' spear, his hand, his and his father's used to be the cause, first of a sad, then a gracious guerdon. We turned our backs upon the wretched valley, upon the bank that girds it round about, going across it without any speech. There it was less than night and less than day, so that my sight went little in advance, but I could hear the blare of a loud horn, so loud it would have made each thunder faint, which counter to it following its way. Mine eyes directed wholly to one place, after the dolorous discomfiture when Charlemagne the Holy Empire is lost, so terribly Orlando sounded not. Short while my head turned thitherward I held, when many lofty towers I seemed to see. Whereat I, Master, say, what town is this? And heedle me, because thou peerest forth athwart the darkness at too great a distance. It happens that thou errest in thy fancy. Well shalt thou see, if thou arrivest there, how much the sense deceives itself by distance. Therefore a little faster spur thee on. Then tenderly he took me by the hand, and said, before we farther have advanced, that the reality may seem to thee less strange, know that these are not towers, but giants, and they are in the well around the bank, from navel downward, one and all of them. As when the fog is vanishing away, little by little doth the sight refigure. Whatever the mist that crowds the air conceals, so piercing through the dense and darksome air, more and more near approaching toward the verge, my error fled, and fear came over me, because as on its circular parapets Montegiorne crams itself with towers, even thus the margin which surrounds the well with one half of their bodies turreted, the horrible giants whom Jove menaces even now from out the heavens when he thunders. And I of one already saw the face, shoulders and breast, and great part of the belly, and down along his sides both the arms. Certainly nature, when she left the making of animals like these, did well indeed by taking such executors from Mars. And if of elephants and whales she doth not repent her, whosoever looketh subtly, more just and more discreet will hold her for it. For where their argument of intellect is added unto evil, will and power, no rampart can the people make against it. His face appeared to me as long and large as is at Rome the pine cone of St. Peter's, and in proportion were the other's bones, so that the margin which an apron was down from the middle showed so much of him above it, that to reach up to his hair 3 Frieslanders in vain had vaunted them, for I behold 30 great palms of him, down from the place where man his mantle buckles. Raphael Me'almersh Izarabi Almi began to clamor the ferocious mouth, to which were not befitting sweeter psalms, and unto him my guide. Soul idiotic, keep to thy horn, and vent thyself wish that when wrath or other passion touches thee, search round thy neck, and thou wilt find the belt which keeps it fastened. O bewildered soul, and see it where it bars thy mighty breast. Then said to me, he doth himself accuse. This one is Nimrod, by whose evil thought one language in the world is not still used. Here let us leave him, and not speak in vain, for even such to him is every language. His as his to others, which to none is known. Therefore a longer journey did we make. Turned to the left, and a crossbow shot off, we found another far more fierce and large. In binding him, who might the master be, I cannot say, but he had pinioned close behind the right arm, and in front of the other, with chains that held him so begirt about from the neck down, that on the part uncovered it wound itself as far as the fifth grier. This proud one wished to make experiment of his own power against the supreme Jove. My leader said, whence he hath such deserts, Ephialtes is his name. He showed his great prowess, in what time the giants terrified the gods. The arms he wielded, never more he moves than I to him. If possible, I should wish that of the measureless Briareus. These eyes of mine might have experience, whence he replied, thou shalt behold Antaeus close by here, who can speak and is unbound, who at the bottom of all crime shall place us. Much farther yon is he whom thou wouldst see, and he who is bound and fashioned like to this one, save that he seems in aspect more ferocious. There never was an earthquake of such might that it could shake a tower so violently, as if Ephialtes suddenly shook himself. There then was I more afraid of death than ever, for nothing more was needful than the fear, if I had not beheld the manacles. Then we proceeded farther in advance, and to Antaeus came, who full 5 ells without the head forth issued from the cavern. O thou who in the valley fortunate, which Scipio the heir of glory made, when Hannibal turned back with all his hosts, once broughtest 1,000 lions for thy prey, and who hadst thou been at the mighty war among thy brothers, some it seems still think the sons of earth the victory would have gained, place us below, nor be disdainful of it. There where the cold doth lock Cotius up, make us not go to Tyrrheus nor Typherius. This one can give of that which here is longed for. Therefore stoop down, and do not curl thy lip. Still in the world can he restore thy fame, because he lives and still expects long life. If to itself grace call him not untimely, so said the master, and in haste the other his hands extended and took up my guide, hands whose great pressure Hercules once felt. Virgilus, when he felt himself embraced, said unto me, Draw nigh, that I may take thee then of himself and me one bundle made, as seems the Carisindar to behold beneath the leaning side when goes a cloud above it, so the opposing opposite it hangs. Such did Antarius seem to me, who stood watching to see him stoop, and then it was I could have wished to go some other way, but lightly in the abyss which swallows up Judas with Lucifer he puts us down, nor thus bowed downward made here their delay, but as a mast doth in a ship uprose. If I had rhymes both rough and stridulous, as were appropriate to the dismal whole, down upon which thrust all other rocks, I would press out the juice of my conception more fully, but because I have them not. Not without fear I bring myself to speak, for 'tis no enterprise to take in jest, to sketch the bottom of all the universe, nor for a tongue that cries Mama and Barbo. But may those ladies help this verse of mine who helped Amphimmyon in closing Thebes, that from the fact the word be not diverse, so rabble they'll begotten above all, whoe'er in the place to speak of which is hard, 'twere better ye had here been sheep or goats, when we were down within the darksome well beneath the giant's feet, but lower far, and I was scanning still a lofty wall, I heard it said to me, Look how thou steppest. Take heed thou do not trample with thy feet the heads of the tired, miserable brothers. Whereat I turned me round and saw before me, and underfoot a lake, that from the frost the semblance had of glass and not of water. So thick a veil never made upon its current in winter time Danurbe in Austria, nor there beneath the frigid sky the dawn as there was here, so that if Tanbarnish had fallen upon it, or Pitraparna, even at the edge, 'twould not have given a creak. And so to croak the frog doth place himself with muzzle out of water, when the dreaming of gleaming, oftentimes the peasant girl, livid as far down as where shame appears, where did the disconsolate shades within the ice, setting their teeth unto the note of storks, each one of his countenance held downward bent. From mouth the cold, from eyes the doleful heart, among them witness of itself procures, when round about me somewhat I had looked, I downward turned me, and saw too, so close, the hair upon their heads together mingled. Ye who so strange are pressed together, tell me. I said, Who are you? And they bent their necks, and when to me their faces they had lifted, their eyes, which first were only moist within, gushed over the eyelids, and the frost congealed the tears between, and locked them up again, clamped, never bound together, wood with wood, so strongly whereat they, like two he goats, butted together, so much wrath overcame them, and one who had by reason of the cold lost both his ears, still with his visage downward, said, Why dost thou so mirror thyself in us? If thou desire to know who these two are, the valley winds Besnizio sins belong to them and to their father Albert. They from one body came, and all Caedna. Thou shalt search through, and shalt not find a shade more worthy to be fixed in gelatine. Not he in whom were broken breast and shadow at one and the same blow by Arthur's hand, Farcarsia not he who me encumbers. So with his head I see no farther forward, and bore the name of Sasor Masharon. Well, knowest thou who he was, if thou art Tuscan, and that thou put me not no to further speech? Know that I Carmicol der Pazzi was, and wait Carlino to exonerate me. Then I beheld a thousand faces, made purple with cold, whence over me comes a shudder, and evermore will come at frozen ponds. And while we were advancing towards the middle, where everything of weight unites together, and I was shivering in the eternal shade, whether 'twere will, or destiny, or chance, I know not, but in walking among the heads, I struck my foot hard in the face of one. Weeping he growled, Why dost thou trample me, unless thou comest to increase the vengeance of Montreparty? Why dost thou molest me, and I my master? Now wait here for me, that I through him may issue from a doubt. Then thou mayest hurry me as thou shalt wish. The leader stopped, and to that one I said, who was blaspheming me vehemently still, Who art thou that thus reprehendest others? Now who art thou that goest through Antinora, smiting, replied he, other people's cheeks, so that if thou wert living, 'twere too much. Living I am, and dear to thee it may be, was my response. If thou demandest fame, that mid the other notes thy name I place, and he to me for the reverse I long, take thyself hence, and give me no more trouble, for ill thou knowest to flatter in this hollow. Then by the scalp behind I seized upon him, and said, It must needs be thou name thyself, or not a hair remain upon thee here. Whence he to me, thou strip off my hair, I will not tell thee who I am, nor show thee if one on my head of 1,000 times thou fall. I had his hair in hand already twisted, and more than one shock of it had pulled out. He, barking, with his eyes held firmly down, then cried another, What doth ail thee, Borca? Is it that enough to clatter with thy jaws, but thou must bark? What devil touches thee? Now, said I care not to have thee speak. Accursed traitor, for unto thy shame I will report of thee veracious news. Begorne, he answered, and tell what thou wilt, but be not silent if thou issue hence. Of him who had just now his tongue so prompt, he weepeth here the silver of the French. I saw, thus canst thou phrase it, him of Dura, there where the sinners stand out in the cold. If thou shouldest question, be who else was there. Thou hast beside him of Bergeria, of whom the gorget Florence split asunder. Giarni del Solardarnier, I think may be, yonder with Garnelion and Tabardello, who opt Farneza, when the people slept. Already we had gone away from him when I beheld two frozen in one hole, so that one had a hood was to the other. And even as bread through hunger is devoured, the uppermost on the other set his teeth, there where the brain is to the nape united, not in another fashion, Titius gnawed the temples of Menelapius in disdain, than that one did the skull and the other things. O thou who showest by such bestial sign thou hatred against him whom thou art eating, tell me wherefore, said I, with this compact, that if thou rightfully of him complain, in knowing who ye are, and his transgression, I in the world above repay thee for it, if that wherewith I speak be not dried up. His mouth uplifted from his grim repast, that sinner wiping it upon the hair of that same head that he behind had wasted. Then he began, Thou wilt that I renew the desperate grief which wrings my heart already to think of only ere I speak of it. But if my works be seed that may bear fruit of infamy to the traitor whom I know, speaking and weeping shalt thou see together. I know not who thou art, nor by what mode thou hast come down here, but a Florentine thou seemest to me truly when I hear thee. Thou hast to know I was Count Ugolino, and this one was Roghieri, the archbishop. Now I will tell thee why I'm such a neighbor. That by effect of his malicious thoughts, Trusting in him, I was made prisoner, and after put to death, I need not say, but nevertheless, what thou canst not have heard, that is to say, how cruel was my death. Here shalt thou, and shalt know, if he has wronged me, a narrow perforation in the view, which bears, because of me, the title of famine, and in which others still must be locked up, had shown me through its opening many moons already, when I had dreamed the evil dream, which of the future rent from me the veil. This one appeared to me as Lord and Master, hunting the wolf and whelps upon the mountain, for which the Piscians cannot look a see, with sleuth hounds, gaunt and eager and well trained, Guarandi with Sismondi and Lanfranchi he had sent out before him to the front, and brief course seemed unto me forespent the farther in the suns, and with sharp touches it seemed to me I saw their flanks ripped open. When I before the morrow was awake, moaning amid their sleep, I heard my sons who with me were, and asking after bread. Cruel indeed art thou, if yet thou grieve not, thinking of what my heart foreboded me, and weepest thou not? What art thou wont to weep at? They were awake now, and the hour drew nigh at which our food used to be brought to us, and through his dream was each one apprehensive. And I, locking up the under door of the horrible tower, whereat without a word I gazed into the faces of my sons, I wept not, I within so turned to stone. They wept, and darling little Anselm mine said, Thou dost gaze so, father, and doth ail thee? Still not a tear I shed, nor answer made, all of that day, nor yet the night thereafter, until another sun rose on the world, as now a little glimmer made its way into the dolorous prison, and I saw upon four faces my own very aspect. Both of my hands in agony I bit, and thinking I did it from desire of eating, on a sudden they uprose, and said they, Father, much less pain 'twill kill us if thou do eat of us. Thyself didst clothe us with this poor flesh, and do thou strip it off. I calmed me then, and not to make me more sad. That day we all were silent, and the next, obdurat, earth, wherefore didst thou not open? When we had come unto the fourth day, Gardo there threw himself down outstretched before my feet, saying, My father, why dost thou not help me? And there he died. And as thou seest me, I saw the three fall one by one between the fifth day and the sixth, whence I betook me, already blind, to groping over each, and 3 days called them after they were dead. Then hunger did what sorrow could not do. When he had said this, his with his eyes distorted, the wretched skull resumed he with his teeth, which as a dog's upon the bone were strong. Ah, Pisa, thou opprobrum of the people, of the fair land, where the sea doth sound, since slow to punish thee thy neighbors are. Let the Caprea and Gorgorna move, and make a hedge across the mouth of Arno, that every person in thee it may drown. For if Count Ugolino had the fame of having in thy castles thee betrayed, thou shouldest not on such cross have put his sons, guiltless of any crime, thou modern Thebes. Their youth made Urbione and Brigata, and the other two my son doth name above. We pass still farther onward, where the ice another people ruggedly in swaths, not downward turned, but all of them reversed, weeping itself there, does not let them weep, and grief that finds a barrier in the eyes turns itself inward to the increase the anguish, because the earliest tears a cluster form, and in the manner of a crystal visor fill all the cup beneath the eyebrows full, and notwithstanding that, as in a callous, because of cold all sensibility, its station had abandoned in my face, still it appeared to me I felt some wind, Whence I, my master, who sets this in motion, is not below here every vapor quenched. Whence he to me, full soon shalt thou be where thine eyes shall answer make to thee of this, seeing this cause which raineth down the blast. And one of the wretches of the frozen crust cried out to us, O souls of merciless, that the last post is given unto you. Lift from mine eyes the rigid veils, that I may vent the sorrow which impregns my heart a little ever the weeping congeal. Whence I to him, if thou wouldest have me help thee, say who thou wast, and if I free thee not, may I go to the bottom of the ice? Then he replied, I am Friar Albergio. He am I, of the fruit of the bad garden, who here a date am getting for my fig. Oh, said I to him, now art thou too dead? And he to me, how many my body fare up in the world? No knowledge I possess. Such an advantage has this Ptolemy, that oftentimes the soul descendeth here sooner than Anthropos in motion sets it, and that shall mayest more willingly remove from off my countenance these glassy tears. Know that as soon as any soul betrays, as I have done, his body by a demon is taken from him, who thereafter rules it until his time has wholly been revolved. Itself down rushes into such a cistern, and still perchance above appears the body of yonder shade that winters here behind me. This thou shouldest know if thou hast just come down. It is Sir Branco de Oria, and many years have passed away since he was thus locked up. I think I said to him, Thou dost deceive me, for Branco de Oria is not dead as yet, and eats and drinks and sleeps and puts on clothes and moat above, said he, of Melambranche there where is boiling the tenacious pitch. As yet had Michael's onshare not arrived, when this one left a devil in his stead, in his own body, and one near of kin, who made together with him the betrayal. But here with word stretched out thy hand forthwith. Open mine eyes, and open them I did not, and to be rude to him was courtesy. Genose, ye men at variance, with every virtue full of every vice, wherefore are ye not scattered from the world? From with the vilest spirit of Romagna, I found of you one such, who for his deeds and soul already in Corstius bathes, and still above in body seems alive. Vexilia regius prodient inferni. Towards us, therefore, look in front of thee, my master said, if thou discernest him, as when there breathes a heavy fog, or when our hemisphere is darkening into night, appears far off a mill, the wind is turning. Methought that such a building then I saw, and for the wind I drew myself behind my guide, because there was no other shelter. Now was I, and with fear in verse I put it, there where the shades were wholly covered up, and glimmered through like unto straws and glass. Some prone are lying, others are stand erect. This is with the head, and that one with the soles. Another bow like, face to feet inverts. When in advance so far we had proceeded, that it my master pleased to show me the creature who once had the beauty of semblance, he from before me moved and made me stop, saying, Behold this, and behold the place where thou with fortitude must arm thyself. How frozen I became, the powerless then, ask it not, listener, for I write it not, because all language would be insufficient. I did not die, and I alive remained not. Think for thyself now, hast thou aught of wit? What I became, being of both deprived, the emperor of the kingdom Dolores, from the mid breast forth issued from the ice, and better with the giant I compare, than do the giants with those arms of his. Consider now how great must be that whole, which unto such a part conforms itself. where he as fair once as he now is foul, and lifted up his brow against his Maker, well may proceed from him all tribulation. Oh, what a marvel it appeared to me when I beheld three faces on his head! The one in front, and that vermilion was. Two were the others that were joined with this above the middle part of either shoulder, and they were joined together at the crest. And the right hand one seemed twixt white and yellow, the left was such to look upon as those who come from where the Nile falls valley-ward. Underneath each came forth two mighty wings, such as befitting were so great a bird. Sails of the sea I never saw so large. No feathers had they, but as of a bat their fashion was, and he who was waving them, so that three winds proceeded forth therefrom. Thereby Scourtius wholly was congealed, with six eyes did he weep, and down three chins trickled the tear drops and the bloody dribble. At every mouth he with his teeth was crunching a sinner in the manner of a brake, so that the three of them tormented thus. To him in front the biting was as naught unto the clawing, for sometimes the spine utterly stripped of all the skin remained. That soul up there which has the greatest pain, the Master said, is Judas Iscariot. With head inside he pies his legs without. Of the two others who head downward are, the one who hangs from the black jowl is Brutus. See how he writhes himself and speaks no word, and the other, who so stalwart seems, is Cassius. But night is reascending, and 'tis time that we depart, for we have seen the whole as seemed him good. I clasped him round the neck, and he the vantage seized of time and place, and when the wings were opened wide apart, he laid fast hold upon the shaggy sides. From fell to fell descended downward then, between the thick hair and the frozen crust. When we were come to where the thigh revolves, exactly on the thickness of the haunch, the guide with labor and with hard drawn breath turned round his head where he had his legs, and grappled to the hair as one who mounts, so that to hell I thought we were returning. Keep fast thy hold, for by such stairs as these, the Master said, painting as one fatigued, must we perforce depart from so much evil. Then through the opening of a rock he issued, and down upon the margins he to me. Then towards me he outstretched his weary step. I lifted up mine eyes, and throughout to see Lucifer in the same way I had left him, and I beheld him upward hold his legs, and if I then became disquieted, let stolid people think who do not see what the point is beyond which I had passed. Rise up, the Master said, upon thy feet. The way is long and difficult, the road, and now the sun to middle Tierce returns. It was not any place, palace corridor, there where we were, but dungeon natural, with floor uneven and unease of light. Ere from the abyss I tear myself away. My Master, said I, when I had arisen, to draw me from an error, speak a little. Where is the ice, and how is this one fixed thus upside down? And how in such short time from the eve to morn has the sun made his transit? And he to me, thou still imaginest thou art beyond the centre where I grasp the hair of the fell worm who mines the world. That side thou wast so long as I descended, when round I turned me, thou didst pass the point to which things heavy draw from every side. And now beneath the hemisphere art come opposite that which overhangs the vast dry land, and neath whose cope was put to death the man who without sin was born and lived. Thou hast thy feet upon the little sphere which makes the other face of the Jurdertia. Here it is morn, when it is evening there, and he whose with his hair a stairway made us still fixed remaineth as he was before. Upon this side he fell down out of heaven. all of the land that wild womb here emerged, for fear of him made of the sea a veil, and came to our hemisphere in peradventure to flee from him what on this side appears, left the palace vacant here and back recoiled. A palace there is below from Beelzebub, as far receding as the tomb extends, which not by sight is known, but by the sound of a smaller rivulet, that there descendeth through chasm within the stone which it has gnawed, with course that wends about the slightly falls. The guide and I into the hidden road now entered to return to the bright world, and without care of having any rest, we mounted up, he first and I the second, till I beheld through a round aperture some of those beauteous things which heaven doth bear, since we came forth to re-behold the stars. That one's done. Let me grab a tarot deck here. You've been calling out to me since last night. Yesterday, I should say. So, energy. Energy is emotions. Energy in motion. As I grew up, probably much like yourself, I was, probably not, who knows? I was in an environment in which there was a lot of negativity. Label it with whatever word you want. Okay. I still felt a transfer of energy. I still felt something as even as a young adult, young kiddo, teenager. And there's a particular portion I go over here. We're going to read this next in a bit. We're going to read this next after we pull a card or two, and it brings out life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness. Return to me. Said love and hatred. Return to me. I'm calling it back home. I'm calling it home. At this point, it doesn't matter, pretty much. But the attention and the energy directed at myself allows a lot of other loving individuals of healing natures to operate without the hindrance of all that hatred and death. Let's call it an emotional death. Because that's what really happens. Depression, you can go look it up in the dictionary right now. I actually implore you to. And it only means a state of sadness. So just to be sad means you have a clinical illness? No. This is an emotional death that has happened. Hmm. I'll take that. I'll take all the world has to offer on that level. Because I can come back. It's okay. Die every night. Come back to life every day. Let's charge it up. This roundabout game, war, balancing act, whatever you want to call it, it's always gone on and it'll continue on. So I'll take the main brunt of everything. And with hatred, I'm also bringing in the hate, the love. With all of the death, I'm bringing in the life. It's all one. It's all cyclical. It all has a function. And if you use every aspect of all of creation, well, you're going to be able to keep moving. Whereas other people slow down and turn to stone. So when people offer energy, whether it be good job or something negative, I say thank you because they're giving energy. And someone like myself, I'm going to put it right back into the loving community of healers. That energy is going right back out to everybody else. Like we're going to share this. Hmm, pretty good card to pull out there. It says steady progress. We acknowledge you for the progress you've made in remembering love in your daily activities. We can clearly see the contribution you're making to the world through your thoughts, feelings, and actions of love. And then I was inclined to pull another card, and it says ask. Ask us to help you in this situation, and we will immediately go to work on your behalf. We're governed by many universal laws, and among them is the free will that allows you to make your own choices and decisions. So we patiently await your request. You know, some people be like, I got friends in high places. I know people. I got friends in invisible places. And you do too. And that's your faith. That's where your faith leads you, guides you, and directs you. That's what you follow. That's what you keeps you going. Steady progress, and you could baby step your way anywhere you want, and be the highest mountain. What do you do? One little step after the next. One little step after the next. Some of those steps a lot more difficult to take than others. Make the journey. People who offer their opinion so freely on something that they haven't studied or really paid attention to evaluate what they're looking at, It does not deserve your continued attention. It doesn't. Look up. Look up. Look up. Keep your eyes up. View yourself as a king, as a queen, not because you control other people, but because of the love that you have, because of the healer that you are. Keep your eyes up. What we were just reading in the Inferno, like the dude was looking down. One of the portions, he was looking down. He's like, "Look up." I'm not saying not to look at your feet. You don't want to trip over anything like that. But your thoughts, look up. Keep them towards the future, towards something beautiful, towards a creation of your own. And a creation of your own doesn't really include the negative things of the past. Anyways, I thank y'all for joining me today. Oh, wait, I was going to read something. If you've been with us, if you followed for a while, you've heard this one probably a time or two. Um, so, anyways, when I was first really connecting with spirituality, this is what I found, and it's always gave a really good connection, really positive influence throughout the day. So, if you want to really take full advantage of this, you can legitimately close your eyes and listen along. You can use any of the meditation techniques we've talked about previously, or you can just listen along, watch as you have them. We beheld a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon at her feet, and on her head was a diadem of the 12 stars. Hear us, O Lady Kenemetonket, hear and save. O thou Queen of love and mercy, thou crowned with the throne, thou holdest with the moon, thou whose countenance is mild and glowing, even as grass refreshed by rain. Hear us, Our Lady Kenemetonket, the water of life, the divine mother, hear and save. O thou who art in matter manifest, thou bright and queen, as thou art the mother and daughter of the slain one, O thou who art the lady of the earth, hear us, O Lady Kenemetonket, hear and save. O thou lady of the amber skin, lady of love and of victory, bright gate of glory through the darkening skies, O crowned with the light and life and love, hear us, Our Lady, hear and save by thy sacred flower, the lotus of eternal life and beauty, by thy love and mercy, by thy wrath and vengeance, by our desire toward thee, by all the magical names of old, hear us, O Lady, hear and save. Open thy bosom to thy children, stretch forth thy arms, and strain us to thy breasts. Let our lips touch thy lips ineffable. Hear us, O Lady Kenemetonket, the Divine Mother, hear and save. Lift up thy voice to aid us in this critical hour. Lift up thy voice most musical. Cry aloud, O Queen and Mother, to save us from that we fear most. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously to initiate our soul. The whirling of our dance, may it be a spell and a link with thy great light, so that in the darkest hour the light may arise in us and bring us to thine own glory and incorruptibility. Kenemetonket, the water of life, are we, and from our life are fed all showers and suns, all moons that wax and wane, all stars and streams, the living and the dead, the mystery of pleasure and of pain. We are the mother, we the speaking sea, we are the earth in its fertility. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to us, to us. Kenemetonket are we, and to our beauty draw. All glories of the multiverse bow down, the blossom and the mountain and the dawn. Fruits blush, and women are creation's crown. We are the priest to sacrifice the shrine. We are the love and life of the divine. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness are surely ours, are ours. Kenemetonket are we, the love and light of Geb and Gaia, the wealth of kisses, the delight of tears, the pleasure never come to birth, the endless infinite desire of years. We are the shrine at which thy long desire devoured thee with intolerable fire. We were sung music, passion, death upon thy lyre, thy lyre. We are the grail and we the glory now. We are the flame and fueler of thy breath. We are the star of Hikopateara upon thy brow. We are thy queen enraptured and possessed. High do these sweet rivers welcome to the sea, ocean of love that shall encompass thee. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to us, to us. Here, Lady Clementonquette, and receive our prayer. Thee we love most intensely, invoke and evoke most graciously. Hail to thee, sole mother of our Ankh. We are Clementonquette, the water of life, the divine mother, mistress of the whole land. We were instructed by Tahuti, by Thoth, and we with Tahuti and Thoth invented the writings of the nations in order that not all should write with the same letters. We gave mankind their laws and ordained what no one can alter. We are the eldest daughter of Geb and Akkar. We are the wife and sister of the king Alsor. We are she who rises in the dog star. We are she who is called the Netheret of women. We are she who separated Adu from Geb. We have pointed out their paths to the star. We have invented seamanship. We have brought together men and women. We have ordained that the elders shall be beloved by the children. With our brother Alsar, we made an end of cannibalism. We have instructed mankind in the mysteries. We have taught reverence of the divine statues. We have established the temple precincts. We have overthrown the dominion of the tyrants. We have caused men to love women. We have made justice more powerful than silver and gold. We have caused truth to be considered beautiful. Come unto us and pledge unto us your loyalties as we pledge ours unto you. O Mother Kenemetonket, great art thou in thy splendor, mighty is thy name, and thy love has no bounds. Thou art Kenemetonket, who art all that ever was, and all that there is to be, for no mortal man hath ever unveiled thee. In all thy grace thou hast brought forth the Son, the fruit that was born forth for the redemption of man. O Olser, 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 Iser, 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 Kenemetonket, Kenemetonket, Kenemetonket. Graciously hear our cry unto thee. We mourn for thy blessings on us this day, every day, to nourish, to aid, and to fill the emptiness within that only you, our beloved Mother, can satiate. Unto thee do we pledge our solemn oath of dedication, and for the power and glory of Umnal Boom, the unknowable one, to witness our devotion to thee. For as we now receive thee into our hearts, we ask that you never leave us in times of trial and joy, and even unto death and into the next life. Ra 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 arsimtok shabu banana shimtrubina hai arsimtok shabu banana shimtrubina hai arsimtok shabu banana shimtrubina hai abradabra abradabra abradabra. Though, if you would like to ask any questions, if you do have anything like that you would like to share, and you'd like me to mention, maybe a subject, uh, maybe you'd like to mention where you're from, feel free to send me an email at cetra@yahoo.com. That's SETCHRA, the name of the channel there, cetra@yahoo.com. And I'd be happy to entertain and engage a little bit more. Otherwise, I hope you've enjoyed this morning's material, and we'll catch you around tomorrow. So, Donna de Kauai. Till we see you next time.